Hey. Oh, let's see. Hmm. Let's see. Okay. Okay, everybody. I am here and accounted for. Let me see. Testing, testing. One, two, three. And let me switch on over. Hello to anybody that's out there. Anybody at all. Okay. Let me get situated. All right. Okay, everybody. So, yesterday I did case 3, recipe for turnabout, and that was one of my rare longest streams. It was like 10 hours. Not gonna lie, I underestimated the length of case 3. I thought it was gonna be about the same length as case 2 from Trials and Tribulations, but oopsie, doopsie doodle, guess not. I just couldn't help myself. I just could not help myself. But anyway, um hang on, I'm sorry. Let me just drink real quick. All right. We're good, we're great. Now then. Now normally I would have at the end of every case I would have touched up on a, little trivia fact, like some trivia facts, but I couldn't because I was just so damn tired last night. But I did say at the end of my stream yesterday I was going to touch up on the trivia for case 3. And that's what I'm going to do for you all right now. I'm going to switch over to my overlay and I'm going to tell you, you know, you know what? I'm going to get the game loaded while I tell you all, you know, some little trivia here and there. Okay. All right. I'm loading up the collection. Also, I'm glad I got the that one achievement yesterday. The Jean's foreign language course. That was a little nerve-wracking. Well, I'm glad I did all the steps right. Okay, now, um, let me go to continue for a moment before I load it up. All right, so gonna do some trivia factoids for you from the previous case. So, Glenn Elg, his name's a palindrome, and it's also a place named in various parts of the world, with the name itself usually coming from either Charles Grant, first Baron Glen Elg, or the Scottish village with the same name. All right, and then oh, hang on, I Want to make sure I get this notification out of the way. Notification is out of the way. All right. And now I'm going to continue more with some trivia. Takao Oka. Like everyone else at Blue Screens Inc., Glenn Elg's name is a palindrome in all languages. More specifically, the Japanese name is a palindrome when spelled out in kana. Victor Kudo. Victor is a given name that comes from the Latin word for conqueror, vanquisher, victor, which fits with his surname. Kudo is a Japanese surname, perhaps an indication that the English version of this character is meant to be Japanese. Many aspects of Kudo's character refer to Japanese culture, and he even states that he was born and bred in the land of the rising sun. Alternatively, Kudo may come from kudos, a word meaning fame and renown resulting from an act or achievement. This meaning is even referenced in game, with the judge stating that he earned his kudos for the day when he appeared in court. His name may also be a reference to Victor Hugo, a French poet, playwright, novelist, essayist, visual artist, statesman, human rights activist, and exponent of the Romantic movement in France. Shohei Igarashi. Shohei contains the kanji for officers and soldiers. Igarashi means 50 and storm, a difficult problem. His full name could therefore be read as 50 Storms or of Officers and Soldiers. Jean Armstrong. Jean is traditionally a very popular French male given name. Armstrong might be a reference to the fact that he has relatively muscular arms, or possibly to Tigre using Armstrong's debt to strong arm him into assisting in the murder plot. The surname itself has its origins in Scotland. Most likely unintentionally, the French words for arm and strong are brass and fort, respectively. If substituted into the character's name, it becomes Jean Brasfort, which is similar to the phrase J'ai embrassé fort, I embrace, kiss strongly. Kaoru Hondobo. Kaoru means fragrance, and Hondobu is a romanization of fondue veau, which is the French term for rich veal. Oh yeah, and at the beginning of the first investigation day, when talking to Gumshoe from Case 2, it's mentioned how Master Mask must have imitators due to his fame. Then Pearl tells Wright that one day, if he gets famous enough, he will have his own copycats, and that actually happens in Wright's very next case, which is Recipe for Turnabout. Furio Tigre, the tiger. Furio comes from the word furioso, which means furious in Italian, Portuguese, and Spanish. This is most likely referring to his personality. Tigre means tiger in a number of languages. Prior to finding out his name, Maya Fey refers to Tigre as Zin Eof, which is being expelled backwards. She also asks about whether there was a fake Maya named Ayam, which is Maya spelled backwards. When Faye confronted Tigre with Wright, she accidentally called him Zin Eof, to which Tigre roared, causing Faye to hide under a nearby table in fear. Toranosuke Shibakuzo. Naniwa no Zenitora. Shibakuzo is Kansai slang, which roughly means something along the lines of, I'm gonna kick your ass. Toranosuke roughly means tiger boy in Japanese. Zenitoda may come from the Japanese zeni, meaning money or coin, and Tora, which means tiger. This would make his alias literally Money Tiger, which is fitting considering his occupation. Naniwa is the former name for the Japanese city of Osaka. Viola cadaverini. Viola is an Italian name derived from the Latin word for violets. In the language of flowers, blue violets can represent love or faithfulness, and white violets can represent candor, innocence, or modesty. A viola is also a strong instrument, similar to the violin. Such instruments are often used to give music a melancholy feel, which may be a reference to Viola's feelings in the game. The choice of an Italian inspired name is likely meant to be a reference to the Sicilian mafia. Viola may also be derived from violent, considering that her grandfather's name, Bruto, comes from the word brute or bruto. Cadaverini is Italian for little corpses. The word is a variation of the Italian cadaver, of which the English equivalent is cadaver. Oh, cadavere. Cadaver. A synonym of corpse, like viola. The choice of an Italian inspired name is likely meant to be a reference to the mafia. Urami Shikabane. Urami means grudge in Japanese. Shikabane comes from the Japanese word for corpse. Bruto cadaverini. In English, a brute or someone brutal refers a person who is savage or unfeeling. Bruto is an Italian word meaning brute in both the noun and adjective sense, and it's similar to the Italian word bruto, meaning ugly or terrible. And in Spanish, bruto is an adjective that means someone's ignorant, stupid, aggressive, or strong. Okay. Gonta Shikabane. The kanji in Gonta means authority and big. The choice of the name itself comes from the New Year's Eve Gonta-kun no Sudoi special live concert by the Japanese rock group Southern All-Stars. And then, yeah, I mentioned that Lisa Basil is a palindrome. And there's some pretty interesting trivia about, you know, for recipe for Turnabout, about the development of it. So, recipe for Turnabout is based on a case that did not make it into Justice for All due to cartridge memory issues. Notes about the case from the development of Justice for All reveals some proposed elements that were altered or not included in the final product. The proposed intro scene shows Maggie Bird and a grinning Phoenix Wright. The description specifically refers to Bird's maid outfit as an Anna Miller's outfit. Miles Edgeworth is the one to bring the case up to Phoenix Wright instead of Dick Gumshoe. There is also a scenario in which Wright is the one who is in debt to Tender Lender due to buying a home computer from Blue Screens Inc. for an exorbitant price, 2.5 million yen. The case art features a different image of Maya than the one used on the game's box art. This is peculiar as every other case, other than... Hold on, sorry, I lost my case. Hang on. The episode's case art was changed between the DS and iOS version of the game. In the original version, the top panel shows Tigray poisoning Elg's coffee, while the bottom panel shows a passed out bird. However, the iOS version, the top panel instead shows Tigray and Elg sitting at their très bien table, while the bottom panel shows Viola disguised as Bird. Let's see. Um, Getting to more trivia. The case art features a different image of Maya than the one used on the game's box art. This is peculiar as every other case other than Turnabout Beginnings. This episode is unique in that it features the only instance in the Ace Attorney series to date in which the animation of the courtroom doors closing is not a result of a game over. The episode let's see. Of all the culprits in the non-trial only cases, in the original trilogy, this case's culprit is the only one who Phoenix Wright never has an interactive conversation with during an investigation scene, with the talk, examine, move, present buttons. That's actually interesting. This episode is one of the few in the Ace Attorney series to reveal the day of the week in which its events take place, as the Millionaire Radio flyer advertises that it takes place on Mondays, which means that both December 3rd and January 7th, as they feature someone listening to the program, take place on Monday. It also reinforces the notion that Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations takes place between 2018-2019, originally established from the date of the DL6 incident as both December 3rd, 2018 and January 7th, 2019 were indeed on a Monday. Okay. A slight difference exists in regards to the music between Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy HD and all other versions of the game. In most versions of the game, at the last part of the case where the judge states that Frigo Tigre is the one that was the defense for the trial 1 month before the appeal, the music that plays is Pursuit, Catch the Culprit. However, the iOS Android version, the music that plays is Pursuit, Catch the Culprit, Variation. Okay, there's differences. The anime adaptation. Yeah, I liked some of the. I don't know if I want to touch upon that. I'll ignore that. Let's see. References to other cases. So when Viola recalls her accident during the psych lock breaking process, she says she took a blow to the head, a bad one. Wright responds with, "Yeah, I can imagine." That's a reference to his injury in the Lost Turnabout, where he was hit over the head with a fire extinguisher. The newspaper that Wright and Maya discover behind the magazine rack at Trey Brienne has a small drawing in the corner of what appears to be Master Mask, laughing maliciously. Armstrong also references the thief while breaking his psych locks when he says, "I am not Master Mask. I am not the kind of person who steals the property of others." Yeah, except he was a kleptomaniac. He actually stole little small objects. Still regarding Master Mask, after entering the Criminal Affairs Department on the first day, examining the Chief prompts dialogue that reveals Master Mask became a vigilante and apprehended criminals in a bank. When Wright pressed Tigre about whether or not he met with Elg, Tigre replies by saying that he eats horses like that for breakfast, referring to the victim's racehorse calendar. The judge then intervenes, saying that witnesses aren't permitted to eat evidence, not that they even would. He then briefly reminisces and says, "Well, there was this case once where a young lad ate," but it's then interrupted by Wright wishing to continue the testimony. The judge's statement may be a reference to Turnabout Memories, where Wright swallowed a necklace, a vital piece of evidence, during a trial, as it incriminated Dahlia Hawthorne, his at the time girlfriend. When cross-examining Tigre, Wright says a miracle happened, the kind people that, like Mr. Tigre, likes to say never happened, in reference to Elg's 11th hour lottery win. This could be a reference to the infamous typo in Farewell My Turnabout, where during the bad ending, Wright says the miracle never happened. Instead of happened, It said happen without the E and D. Presenting, yeah, that was basically English. Presenting Mia's profile to Gumshoe will cause him to comment that she cross-examined him once. Ah, yes, this foreshadows their courtroom meeting in the following episode, Turnabout Beginnings, which is what I'm going to be starting up soon, everybody. After learning about Viola's relationship with Tigre and her part in the murder, Wright remarks, there are two things that I consider inexcusable: poisoning and betrayal. And that's a reference to Turnabout Memories, where he was betrayed and almost poisoned by his girlfriend, Dahlia Hawthorne. Let's see. Yeah, I mentioned the Ghost in the Shell reference before. Oh, hello there. Um, Ultima Ultimate Unit. Hey there, Ultimate Unit 34. Welcome. Good to see you. Don't mind me. I'm just touching up on trivia from yesterday's case. Um, I did case 3 for a total of 10 hours yesterday. Yeah. Oopsie, I did a 10-hour stream. Um, but it's fine. But you know what? Since you're here, I'm going to touch up on it again. So, references to pop culture. On the first meeting, meet Lisa Basil. Wright is surprised that she is a human and comments that she looks more like a ghost in the shell. It's a reference to the anime series Ghost in the Shell, specifically Lisa's Basil's superficial resemblance to Major Motoko Kusanagi, the cyborg protagonist of said series. The HMDs that the Blue Screen Inc. staff wear they bear a superficial resemblance to the scouter devices worn by numerous characters in the Dragon Ball franchises. The name Blue Screen Inc. is a reference to the blue screen of death, an error screen displayed when a Windows computer encounters a fatal error. This is indirectly addressed when Basil states, people with businesses should think harder before naming their office, at which point Wright thinks, like you're one to talk. If irrelevant evidence is presented to Basil, she tells Wright and Maya that, I'm sorry, that data is super admin, restricted, desktop access password protected. And then Maya then responds with, super admin restricted, desktop access password protected? What? This is madness. In which Wright tells her, no, Maya, this is Sparta. This exchange is a reference to the movie 300, namely the exchange between a messenger and King Leonidas. Messenger, this is blasphemy! This is madness! Leonidas, madness? This is Sparta! Additionally, spelling it Sparta as P-A-R-D-A may be a reference to Capcom's Devil May Cry series, where it's the name of the demon father of the series' main characters, Dante and Virgil. While breaking Victor Kudo's psych locks, he states that he has so much money that he goes for a swim in his money vault every day. That's a reference to DuckTales, in which Scrooge McDuck has a money vault that he swims. Oh, and I also jokingly mentioned that Peter Griffin tried doing that in Family Guy and broke every single bone in his body. MC Bomber, the name of the computer virus, is a reference to the American rapper MC Hammer. This is emphasized by it being initially thought to be a music disc, and Maya may refer to it as MC Screwdriver and MC Hacksaw. When Kudo is pressed on the first statement of his final statement, he will say, I'm more than you. I'm more savage than a macho man right now. And it's likely a reference to late American professional wrestler Randy Mario Poffo, better known by his nickname as the Macho Man Randy Savage. Ooh yeah! Can you dig it? Dig it? Upon investigating the CD player and tender lender, Maya will exclaim, what? It's not the Rocco soundtrack. Is it Claw the Tiger? It's a reference to the Rocky film series, more specifically, Rocky 3, which used the rock song "Eye of the Tiger" as its theme song. When Tigray is caught, the judge says to Wright, "You caught the tiger by his toe, but if this one hollers, he won't be let go." And it's a paraphrase of part of the most common version of the children's counting rhyme. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And this counting rhyme was also previously referenced by the Miney sisters in Reunion and Turnabout. Eeny, miny, and Eeny, miny, and Meeny, miny. After breaking Viola's sight locks, she states that Tigray paid for her operation because he's made an offer he simply couldn't refuse. This is a reference to the famous "I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse" line spoken by Marlon Brando's character, Vito Corleone, in the 1972 American crime film The Godfather. Upon examining one of the tables at Tribulations, there is some debating on what kind of flowers are on the table, until Wright exclaims, "Dagnabbit, I'm a lawyer, not botanist." This may be a reference to the "I'm a doctor, not a" catchphrase, often used by Dr. Leonard Bones McCoy in the science fiction television series Star Trek, the original series, but also repeated with variations by other characters in the ensuing Star Trek franchise, including one instance in the Star Trek Deep Space Nine episode, The Wire, where Dr. Julian Basher states, "I'm a doctor, not botanist." During his second cross-examination after the judge um, helps jog his memory, Armstrong states, "Everything I do it for you." That's a reference to the 1991 Bryan Adams song. "Everything I do it for you." That's a good song, and I also like the music video. It had Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves in it. Yeah, that's what I thought that it was yesterday. After it has been discovered that Armstrong moved Elg's body, Godot says, "How about a brand new flavor in your ear, my H-deficient friend?" This is a reference to the 1994 Craig Mack song, "Flavor in Ya Ear." Okay. I was around during that time, but I don't think I ever heard that song in my life. Maybe I did, but I don't know the name of it. When Tigray accuses the judge of calling him a liar, the judge hides underneath his bench while exclaiming, "Bro!" That's a reference to the cowardly cartoon dog Scooby-Doo from the franchise of the same name, who often uses the phrase, which is what "uh-oh" sounds like with the character's distinctive speech impediment. When pressing Armstrong on his fifth statement, in the second cross examination, Godot will ask Phoenix if he's suffering from heartburn, to which Armstrong offers him an oil made with golden myrrh and frankincense, which is a reference to the Bible, as myrrh, gold, and frankincense are some of the gifts given to Jesus by the wise men. In court, in one of his outbursts, Kudo is quoted as saying, "It's the dead young Hotbot and you spiky-haired Yahoo, who are at fault." Hotbot is the name of an internet search engine that was popular in the 1990s, and Yahoo is a web services provider that was also highly recommended at the time. I'll be real with you, I never heard of Hotbot, but I definitely did know of Yahoo. And then the final trivia. The name of the case, Recipe for Turnabout, may be a reference to the Murder, She Wrote puzzle named Recipe for Murder. The mystery involves a French restaurant and the owner's Hoffinger, who was also the victim, wife, is called Mary Bird, which is very close to Maggie Bird. Oh wow. BYRD was the last name of Mary, and then Maggie Bird is BYRDE, her last name. The owner's cause of death was poisoning. just like Glenn Elg. Oh, that's cute. That's pretty cool. All right, trivia over. And now I'm going to finally start the game. Thank you all for, bearing with me. I would have said all that last night if it, wasn't so freakishly late, where I unknowingly did a 10-hour long stream. But today's going to be a short one today, everybody. You have my word. It's going to be a short one. And it's fine because I'm fine with this being a short one. And best of all, everybody, and I'm just saying it, it all takes place in the courtroom, which, hands down, the best parts of the game. Again, I don't mind the investigations. They're cool. But, the real meat and potatoes is the courtroom sections. All right, everybody. I'm going to start up the case now. Turnabout beginnings. Here we go. The girl. Let her go. The girl let her go. Uh-oh. Oh, look at this. Shut up. Could come a little closer and I kill her. Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. Bang. Oof. Oh, wow. Oh, look. Phoenix is in the hospital. I'm reading through the file of an old court case. It was the first case of my longtime mentor, Mia Fey. Fugitive data. Picture. Data 1. Name Terry Falls. Charge kidnapping, murder. Sentence, death penalty. Oh, wow. Fugitive motives. Movements. Picture. After escaping Falls, met with and then murdered Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, recaptured on Eagle Mountain about 8 hours after his escape. Hawthorne. Her very first client was a death row inmate who had recently broken out of prison. That was a whole year before Mia and I ever met. Hawthorne. 6 years earlier, Mia Fey, first trial. Oh, wow. So, case 4. This is Mia Fey's first trial. As a reminder, the first case in this game was Mia Fey's second trial 5 years earlier. February 16th, 9:24 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 4. Okay. Oh, I'm so nervous. I feel like I'm going to die. I never should have accepted this case. Eek! Oh no. Ah, good morning. Don't be so jumpy, Mia. I didn't do nothing. I swear, I didn't kill nobody. Terry Falls, my first client. Sentenced to death 5 years ago, and now a prison escapee. Ellipsis. Just relax, Mia. Make small talk and try to relax him. So why did you escape anyway? One moment, everybody. Just opening a spare tab. Okay, we're good now. So why did you escape anyway? Uh, uh, Eek! I'm sorry. I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I never lie. I didn't escape from nowhere. Er, but Mr. Falls, the police just recaptured you 2 days ago. Ugh, sorry, I told a little lie. Oh boy. But anyway, I didn't do it. I never killed nobody. Sorry for asking, but you're on death row, right? Uh, uh, eek. I'm really, really sorry. They sentenced me to die 5 years ago, but I was tricked, I tell you. That woman, she lied in her testimony. That's why I got the death penalty. I swear it. I didn't kill her. I could never do that. 2 days ago, he escaped from the police wagon when it crashed. Then about 8 hours later, a policewoman was murdered before the police could recapture him. The police believe that Terry Falls did it. Um, After you escaped, did you meet a policewoman? Ellipsis. Yeah, I did. She's the reason I escaped. So that much is true. He did meet with the victim. But I didn't kill her! She was alive when I left. She was alive. It's true. I can trust him, right? I mean, I should. Ah! Oh no. You're not going to figure out the truth by just staring at the guy. You're... Why are you here? I came to see how our little kitten was doing all alone in the big scary lion's den. I thought maybe you'd like someone to play with. Er, where is Mr. Grossberg? Ha! That old man is probably still in bed. I bet he's clutching an empty bottle and mumbling in his sleep. Aren't I good enough? After all, it's me, Diego Armando. I'm gonna get this out of the way because it's super ultra mega obvious, everyone. So look at his name, everyone. Diego Armando. Now look at the last two words in his first and second name. Ready, ready, ready? Here goes. Diego Armando. Remove the D or die and Armin. And what do you get? Godo. Godot. You're welcome. The best kept worst secret. The best kept worst secret. Right here, everybody. Irrefutable proof. There. Let's move on, shall we? I didn't say. So, Diego Armando, the finest attorney at Grossberg Law Offices, is here for me? No, no, no. You got it all wrong. Today, you're the finest. After all, it took an amazing amount of guts to take this case. Imagine an escaped death row convict for our first client. Yeah, thanks. I sure wish I could get out of it, though. Ha, relax, I just heard some good news. The prosecutor for today is fresh out of his diapers as well. Really? However, unlike a certain somebody who I won't mention, he's earned a reputation as a genius since beginning his law career. Genius? Well, it's about time to head in, kitten. Sharpen those claws of yours. It's go time. A solitary confinement cell for the condemned must be the world's loneliest place. And that's what my client ran away from. Every other lawyer gave up on him, but not me. When I saw those overflowing eyes and heard that simple, childlike voice, I just had the feeling that he was telling the truth. Oh, Terry Falls. Teary Falls. Hmm. February 16th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 4. Uh-oh. Court is now in session for the trial of Terry Falls. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Well, look at him. All dressed up like Satan. I mean, like a Von Karma? Yeah, Manfred Von Karma. I understand the lawyers for both sides are newcomers? Yes, Your Honor. I'm Mia Fey. Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. So you're the new prosecutor everyone is talking about, eh? They say you joined the prosecutor's office at quite an early age. At 20, Your Honor. I guess our little kitten hasn't earned herself much of a reputation yet, huh? Come on, Mia. You can't lose. Not to someone younger than you. Hmm. Young people running a trial. I'm not too sure how I feel about that. Now then, the defendant in this case is currently a felon on death row. 2 days ago, he escaped from a police wagon. Is that correct? Precisely. But the defendant is not on trial for escaping prison. On the day that the defendant escaped, a policewoman was murdered. So we're here to determine if Mr. Falls was responsible for her death. You got it, kitten. Well then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's hear your opening statement. Yes, Your Honor. It was 5 years ago. The defendant, Terry Falls, was sentenced to death in this very court. His crimes were kidnapping, extortion, and murder. The girl he threw off the bridge was only 14 years old. A truly horrible crime. I remember it well. There was no decisive evidence, so the trial was long and protracted. Correct. But in the end, what finally decided the case was a certain witness's testimony. Wow, look at that. It's the Manfred von Karma point. A witness's testimony? The testimony of Detective Valerie Hawthorne, the person who confronted this criminal. She arrested Mr. Falls at the scene and later testified against him. She said she witnessed Mr. Falls throw his young victim into the river. For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered. So Miss Hawthorne's testimony was the one that put him away. That policewoman you just mentioned, that wouldn't be? Exactly. The victim, the same woman that was killed 2 days ago. Police Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne. Aha, I see. The man who was sentenced to death based on her testimony escaped 2 days ago, with only one thing on his mind, to take revenge against the woman who convicted him. Hmm. Aha, the truth is becoming clear to me now. Huh? Yes, yes. It's quite obvious that the defendant is guilty. Wait a minute. That's not right. At least hear the case before you decide on the outcome, Your Honor. Grr. Watch yourself, Miss Fay. I'm not sure I care for your word choice or your tone of voice. Young people these days simply don't know how to respect their elders. Why, you're even younger than me, you hypocrite. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, please call your first witness. I called the detective who was in charge of the initial investigation of this case. Oh my God. Witness, state your name and occupation. Gumshoe, Dick Gumshoe. I'm the homicide detective in charge of the case, sir. Look at that coat. It's all brand new and beige. I finally got promoted to the detective division half a year ago. I don't believe anyone asked you about that. Hey, man, you got any idea how much work it takes? What is it? You, you're really gorgeous. Excuse me? No, seriously, my heart, it's aching for you. Detective, pull yourself together and try to be professional. Otherwise, I'll write you up on contempt so quick that something other than your hearts will ache. Okay, I got it. Now, detective, tell us about the incident. Yes, sir, right away. The victim was Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, a veteran on the police force. She was stabbed in the back with a knife and died from excessive blood loss. That much is already stated in the autopsy report. The court would like to hear more details about the incident itself. Hey there, Raziel 612. Yes, it is me. Hey, how you doing? Good to see you. I'm still roughly in the beginning of case 4 in Trials and Tribulations. All right. Ah, G0. Okay, I can work with that. Cool name too. The court would like to hear more details about the incident itself. Yes, sir. I got you. Okay, let's take a look at this aerial map of the area here. This is a sketch of Dusky Bridge, an old suspension bridge. And the river that runs under there is Eagle River. The victim and the defendant met there, on top of the bridge. After stabbing her in the back, the killer carried the victim back to his car. He was recaptured at a police checkpoint as he was trying to make his getaway, sir. I see. Dusky Bridge map. Bridge located 40 feet above Eagle River. Was the victim's blood found on the bridge? The victim, Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, was wearing a thick coat, sir. Have I seen Mega Man X Regenesis and Viral Nightmare? Um, I've seen Regenesis in my YouTube feed. I didn't check it out yet. But I have seen the trailer for Viral Nightmare. From my understanding, Viral Nightmare is basically a reworking, reimagining of Mega Man X6. I saw like what was in the trailer, not to mention what I have been told from some people's experiences. Eh, I have no opinion on it. I don't know if I even want to try it out, but we'll see. But I'll check out I'll look more into Regenesis. Okay. The victim, Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, was wearing a thick coat, sir. Unfortunately, no traces of blood were found on the bridge. Hmm. Mr. Edgeworth, I warn you that I absolutely despise conjecture. If there is no blood on the bridge, then you have no proof that they even met there. Your Honor. No, it's cool. No, but thanks for letting me know, though. Your Honor, if you would listen to the testimony we have prepared, I'm sure you'll be convinced. The two of them must certainly did the two of them most certainly did meet on the bridge that day. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm not sure I like you, wagging your finger at me as though I were some hoser. These games are awesome. Detective, proceed with your testimony. Um, yes, sir. Here we go, Mia. Hang on. Okay, now, listen carefully, kitten. One little mistake, and this guy will drink you for morning tea. Trust me and get ready. Witness testimony. Summary of the incident. All right. You're about to see some of the gameplay coming up, Raziel. On the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. Sergeant Hawthorne went to Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met with Mr. Falls. And that's where she was brutally murdered, sir. The criminal stuffed her body into his car trunk and tried to make a getaway. Mr. Falls was arrested at a police checkpoint we set up at the base of the mountain. Hmm. Hmm. Well, you certainly have established the importance of the bridge. Naturally. Now, would the defense please hurry up and proceed with the cross-examination? Yes, Your Honor. Cross-examination. Coming right up. Hey, hey. Settle down there, kitten. If you keep trembling like that, you're going to make me spill my coffee. I'm not sure trembling. It's just cold in here. The courtroom can be a cold battlefield, all right, especially for a beginner. I don't need you to worry about me. I mean the defendant, the witness. Everyone's a beginner here in here. Ha, you got me there. But maybe you should keep your claws out and show them what you've got, kitten. It's okay, Mia. Stay calm. Just remember those court procedure videos you stayed up all night last night watching. All right, it's time to press Detective Dick Gumshoe here with we're just gonna press him on his statements. Oh, thank you. Okay. I will put this right here for now. But thank you. I got a half a cheeseburger from McDonald's. Thanks, Mom. All right. On the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. We're going to press him on the statement. This unknown person, you have no idea who it might be, right? Sorry, well, I'm afraid I do. What? The one who called Sergeant Hawthorne was a defendant, Terry Falls. What? The defendant? The defendant called her? Sergeant Hawthorne was a very thorough person, sir. She left a note about her phone call with Mr. Falls. A note? Yeah, a top secret memo that she left in her desk. Victim's note. Confidential police materials written by the victim. Added to the court record. Hmm. According to this note, it seems the one who called her to the bridge was indeed the defendant, Terry Falls. Whose bright idea was it to keep that note from me? Ha! Looks like the judge is even more sure of his verdict now. Listen up. Never ask a question you don't already know the answer. It's that detective's fault. He's the one that said, unknown person. Hey now, don't make that face at me. I just said that way because the prosecutor told me to. Was that a trap? With that cute face, I didn't expect him to be so sneaky. Hmm. Sergeant Hawthorne went to Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met with Mr. Falls. A bridge up in the mountains. But why meet there? Because it is a very important place to the defendant. That's why. What do you mean by that? If you remember, 5 years ago, the defendant kidnapped a young girl. He was chased onto a bridge, and it was there that he killed his hostage. And the place where all of this occurred is, of course, Dusky Bridge. Ellipsis. The very place where Sergeant Hawthorne arrested and handcuffed Mr. Falls. Ha! Returning to the scene of the crime. How nostalgic. And that's where she was brutally murdered, sir. Was the body of the victim discovered right away? Yeah, we were really on the ball. We found the criminal within 1 hour of the murder. It was great. We even got to say, don't move, we've got you surrounded. Wait a second. Isn't there something weird about that? The location was a suspension bridge up in the mountains. So how did they find out about the crime so quickly? Sergeant Hawthorne must have mentioned a phone call to someone else, right? Ha! If that's what had happened, then she wouldn't have been killed. She never mentioned the phone call from Mr. Falls, but she left a note on her desk about it. If only I had noticed it earlier, maybe she'd still be alive. I wonder why she didn't mention the phone call to anyone. Interesting. Alright. Mr. Falls was arrested at a police checkpoint we set up at the base of the mountain. That certainly is some impressive police work. Well, no, actually, it was way too close for comfort. We set up that checkpoint just after 5 p.m. We figured that Mr. Falls might just try to run. What do you mean it was too close for comfort? The two of them arranged to meet at 4:30 p.m. And it takes approximately 30 minutes to go from the bridge to the checkpoint. That was kind of close. Any later, Mr. Falls could have slipped right by. Listen up, kitten. There's a big trap waiting for you in that testimony. A trap? Walk into it carelessly, and it'll leave more than just a flesh wound. Fun, huh? No, it's not! Well, if you want to have any chance at all, you better get some more information. And if you're going to get caught in a trap, it's best to get caught early. You can always look for contradictions afterwards. The ever-famous contradictions. I sure hope I can find some of those. Hey, Master Kappa. Yes. We are on Case 4. I streamed for 10 hours yesterday. Now, before we press that statement, let's go to our victim's note. Confidential police materials written by the victim. February 14th, 1:21 p.m. Falls, 4:30 p.m. At that bridge. Wear white scarf for identification. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time. The whole truth must come out. Hmm. Okay. We're gonna press gumshoe on this statement now. The criminal stuffed her body into his car trunk and tried to make a getaway. Mr. Falls had a car then? Well, that bridge is way up the mountains, ma'am. The defendant and the victim both went up there by car. I mean, how else, right? What? You mean the defendant drove his own car? No, no, of course not. It was stolen. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light. Car thieves. I'm not sure how I feel about car thieves. Is this guy sure about how he feels about anything? No. This is a photo of the stolen car's trunk. Naturally, that's the body of Valerie Hawthorne in there. Whoa, that doesn't look too comfortable. Crime photo. A photo of the trunk of Falls' car. The victim. She was stabbed in the back, correct? Yeah. Ha. For some reason, men always seem to get stabbed in the back. We're talking about a woman here. You can't tell from this photo, but the knife was stuck in her. The knife was stuck in her back, nice and firm. Still cute even when dead. Hey, Grotto. Oh, man. I know, right? Even the judge's younger brother. The judge's family, yo. The knife was stuck in the knife was stuck in her back nice and firm. The condition of the body the condition of the body when it was discovered is very important information. Detective, was there anything strange or noteworthy in the trunk of the car? Here's a photo of the trunk, but I don't see anything strange, do you? Mr. Hmm. Oh, hold up. We're going to press on this new statement now. What did the defendant have to say about this photo? What he always says, ma'am. I didn't do it. I didn't do nothing. That's all he says. Nothing. I wouldn't say he did nothing. At the very least, we know he stole a card. It's just what he always says, Your Honor. And then he always says, uh, sorry, I told a little lie. Or something like that. Ellipsis. Well, in any case, it seems he was caught and arrested. Precisely. Alright, so. This new statement here. Here's a photo of the trunk. Well, I don't see anything strange. Do you? Why, Detective Gumshoe, allow me to enlighten you. We will now submit the evidence. The victim's note. Now, for context, wear white scarf for identification. We do not see said white scarf. Let us present the the victim's note. Witness! What is it? Do you have something to say, Miss Faye? I'm sorry, I totally forgot what I was going to say. This is this is the first time I've ever had to actually address someone like that. You should have practiced before coming to court. Honestly, Miss Fay, I'm not sure I like this. Humph. Say there, little kitten. Want a piece of my coffee candy? Candy? Well, you're still too young to be drinking real coffee. Come on, Mia. Shake it off. You're a lawyer. Detective. Yes, ma'am. This photo. You said that there was nothing peculiar about it. Is that correct? Yeah, that's what I said. Well, then, I suggest you take another look at the note written by the victim. The note. It is very clearly says, wear white scarf for identification. The caller must have forgotten what the victim looked like. Thus, this special request. I, um, I have one very simple question for you, detective. Where is the white scarf? I can't seem to find it in this photo. Well, to be honest, we didn't find it in the trunk, ma'am. And you stopped there? You should have looked for it. Arr. The caller told her to wear it to identify herself, so I expect she did just that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this? Uh, I see the defense is a little lacking. The scarf you are searching so desperately for, is it this one, perchance? Ah, where did you find that, sir? Yeah, the judge's surprised blink stare. It's so good. On Dusky Bridge, I was there first and decided to conduct my own investigation. It makes you want to blink and sink. On Dusky Bridge, I was there first and decided to conduct my own investigation. Why? Why didn't you tell me? I made a decision to keep all pieces of evidence in my personal satchel. It's the safest place I know. That hot shot sure has a flair for the dramatic. It's not exactly white, as the caller requested, but as you can see, it's close enough for what it was intended for. It looks like it spent some time in the mud. Not surprising. It was drizzling on the mountain that day. Prosecutor Edgeworth. He was intentionally hiding that scarf the whole time. The court will accept the scarf into evidence. Scarf, worn by the victim at the time of the incident, found on Dusky Bridge. Now, the attorney for the defense is finished embarrassing herself. I'd like to move on with the testimony. That is all right of you, isn't it, Miss Fay? Boy, would I like to wrap this scarf around his swarmy little neck. Damn. Very good. Now, if we're done with this mud-covered scarf business, the prosecution moves to establish, conclusively, and with hard evidence, that Miss Hawthorne and Mr. Falls did indeed meet on that bridge that day. Further, we will show exactly what occurred there. That sounds quite promising. I can't wait to hear all about it. Everything is moving at his whim. Don't forget, kitten. There's a reason why everyone considers this kid a genius. A genius, huh? Witness testimony. Events on Dusky Bridge. Actually, there's an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. This photo was accidentally taken by the witness. It shows the Vic wearing the scarf, sir. It was drizzling that day. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to see what's going on. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. That must have been when the scarf fell off. Looking at this photo, you really get the sense that this bridge is very high up. It is about a 40-foot drop from the bridge to the Eagle River down below. Mr. Edgeworth, who took this photo anyway? Let's just say that it was a well-intentioned third party. Aha, a potential witness. So why isn't this person in the courtroom? Well, they said they absolutely did not want to testify. The person in question is very delicate, Your Honor. Besides, as long as we have this photo, we see no reason to compel them to testify. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Witness's photo, added to the court record, seems to have been taken by the witness. So as you can see, Terry Falls had both the motive and the opportunity. Okay. I think it's quite clear at this point what happened on that bridge. Hmm. Aha. The truth is becoming clear to me now. Huh? Yes, it's quite obvious. He's clearly guilty. Not again. That's not fair. I haven't even done my cross-examination yet. Hmm. What do you mean, Oh, man. Hang on, everybody. I'm gonna scarf down this, cheeseburger. And now, to hydrate. George, what? Was that you? Burger shot? It was just a basic cheeseburger from McDonald's. It was nice. All right. Okay. Burger shop. That was a fun summer I did last year playing Earthbound. Thank you for your cooperation as I replenished myself. This is all the replenishing I'll need for the rest of the day. Actually, there's an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. Who is this eyewitness? She's a college student. A female college student? That's right, meaning she's female and a college student, ma'am. She doesn't do well in front of other people, so I came to testify for her. Maybe so, but as the attorney for the defense, I have the right to cross-examine her. Thanks, Gumshoe. For the time being, we're not relying on the witness's statements. That is all. What is that supposed to mean? The prosecution has other, more decisive evidence. Our case doesn't rest on the vague testimony of a female college student. A female college student, eh? It means she's female and a college student, sir. If you absolutely must hear her testimony, you'll have to give us a good reason why. Please tell us about the more decisive evidence in question. This photo was accidentally taken by the witness. It shows that the Vic wearing the scarf, sir. The victim is wearing a scarf in that photo, all right. So, about the witness who took this photo. What was this person doing all the way in the mountains? She was taking photos of wildflowers, apparently. There are many unusual types of flora on that mountain, Miss Faye. People in the area say it's because of the spirits that live there. Spirits? Now that you mention it, this photo, this cloudy fog-like thing, is it a ghost? I don't believe it. No, Your Honor. So, no, I don't think it's a ghost. It was drizzling that day. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to see what's going on. Mountain stuff. Yeah, Grotto. There's rocks, maybe some grass, maybe some flowers, more rocks, dirt. Drizzling, huh? That's right. There was a light rain coming down. The whole place was dreary. Drizzling. Hey, Adakash. That's right. There was a light rain coming down. The whole place was dreary. But not as dreary as the mood that's in this courtroom right now. Ellipsis. 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 Looks like a cold front just moved in. In any case, the point is that the area was quite damp. There was even some fog. I even slipped and fell while I was at the bridge. It was really something. That must have been when the scarf fell off. So in other words, there was a struggle between the criminal and the victim, huh? That's what the witness said. Well, it looks like she didn't remember about the scarf. But from what she said, it sounded like a pretty violent fight, ma'am. The area was wet from rain. The bridge was probably wet too, which would explain why the scarf was all covered in mud, but there's something about this testimony that's still bothering me. Talk about a surprise. I had no idea there was a photo. So what do I do? You really still believe him? Mr. Crybaby, I mean? Of course I do! So the little kitten believes in fairy tales, huh? In that case, the answer is obvious. If what you believe is the truth, then that means that somewhere, hidden in that testimony, is a contradiction. One huge contradiction waiting to be discovered. That's your chance. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Is that part of the witness's testimony as well? Of course it is. He pushed the victim hard in the back as she fell down right on her stomach. I remember that happening once myself. It was really brutal. Oops. Are you talking about seeing someone get pushed, or were you the one getting pushed? Or does it mean that you pushed someone down like that once? With his mind-boggling tales, With his mind-boggling tales and the way he said brutal, I wonder if he's Canadian. Yes, Mia, in the English localization, the judge's younger brother is Canadian. He says hoser and eh. Ha! Save your nasty look for the right person. Huh? Take a look. Poor baby. The court record seems to have wet itself. Hey! Watch where you spill your coffee! The court record, huh? Ah. That must have been when the scarf fell off. Scarf, you say? Scarf, you say? Where's the freaking scarf in the photo? Ah. Oh, gummy. Gummy, gummy, gummy. Gumshoe. So at the time of the crime, there was a light drizzle coming down, correct? Yeah, and fog too. Just a generally soggy atmosphere. Yes, Adakash. Well, I have evidence that doesn't go with the soggy atmosphere. But this is a photo of the victim's body that was found in the car trunk. Considering the conditions at the scene of the crime, something isn't right. Ellipsis. Well, by all means, please enlighten us. Please enlighten us as to what isn't right. What is it about this photo of the trunk that doesn't fit with the conditions that day? Why, right here, Your Honor. Naturally, the answer is right here. The victim's coat. As far as I can see, there's nothing strange about it. That's exactly what's strange. Recall the testimony. What were the conditions on the bridge that day? It was drizzling and foggy. Dusky Bridge was all wet. If the victim really had fallen down on her stomach on top of the bridge, then the front of her coat should have been covered in mud. Yep, like you said, Adakash. That's exactly right. The other day, I fell on the muddy street and my gorgeous playoff beard was befouled. Playoff, like hockey. I do admit that the crime scene was quite wet that day. However, that doesn't mean that the top of the bridge itself was muddy. Judge telling another I fell in the mud story. If Your Honor had fallen in the shower instead of on a muddy street, your glorious hockey beard, pride of the legal league, would be wet, but not muddy. Fortunately, I have yet to test that. Still, your point is well taken. Can you prove that the surface of the bridge was muddy that day? The surface of the bridge, huh? Ha! A real man wouldn't stand for a taunt like this. Neither would a real woman. Of course I can! Here is the evidence that proves the surface of the bridge was muddy. Why, the scarf here, it was all muddy. The evidence is this scarf. Ah, it should be obvious. If the scarf fell onto the bridge and got this muddy, it means that the bridge was obviously covered in mud. No, I can't be outwitted by this novice bimbo. Hey, same to you, buddy. Miss Faye's assertion makes perfect sense to me. I do admit that there appears to be a contradiction between the condition of the victim's coat and her scarf. However, the real question is, why is there a contradiction? Huh? For every contradiction, there exists an explanation. Let's look at what the explanation in this case may be, shall we? Alright. It's not like he's really giving me a choice here. Ha! You're doing pretty well for a little kitten. Mr. Armando! No matter what he says, a contradiction always comes down to a lie. It's either the victim discovered in the trunk, the witness's photo showing the defendant and the victim, or the witness's testimony that stated she saw the moment of the murder. Just relax and think it over. It's pretty simple, isn't it? The false evidence? It's one of those three. Humph. What you said just now. I'm not sure I like that. That wasn't me, Your Honor. It was a coffee aficionado over here that said it. This court is not in the habit of accepting false evidence, you know. Blame it on him, Your Honor. He's the one trying to slip false evidence into court. Oh. But we won't let him. We'll expose his evidence as the flimsy scam it really is. Yes. The false evidence in this case is the witness's testimony. It is a no-brainer. Obviously, it's the witness that's suspicious. During his earlier testimony, the detective pointed out a crucial fact. The criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Now, is that testimony exactly what the witness claims to have seen? Yeah, that's what the witness told us. That testimony is filled with holes. After all, the victim's coat isn't dirty at all. That's true. Ha, it's not just true, it's the truth. If there was a truly decisive witness in this case, I'm certain that boy wonder over there could have pulled them in the first. There would have called them in the first place. Boy wonder. Your Honor, the defense requests to cross-examine the eyewitness. The testimony presented so far is not only vague, but contradictory as well. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, it appears that we'll need to hear from your mystery witness after all. You should brace yourself for the brutal truth. Your Honor, the prosecution has no intention of hiding the witness from the court. We are prepared to present our witness at any time. Very well. Please bring forth your witness at this time. What Mr. Edgeworth said kind of worries me. What does he mean by the brutal truth? Now, let's proceed with the testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, please go right ahead. Thank you, Your Honor. The prosecution summons the woman who saw the events that day with her very own eyes. This is it, Mia. The battle begins here. Witness, what is your name and occupation? You? Everyone is so silent that I can hear their hearts going pitter-patter. Hmm. Oh, when I look at you, how could I put it? You look as scrumptious as a double-double and a dozen donut holes. I feel like I want to hurry up and hand down a verdict just to have a bite. Hey, hey, not so fast. Ah, as I said before, this witness is very sensitive and delicate. I would ask the court to please exercise care when addressing her. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. You are a true gentleman. Miss Fay, you could learn a lot from this man. If he's such a gentleman, he sure doesn't act like one of me. Yeah. Um, sir? Hmm? Eh? Yes, my dear? This is my first time, so I'm sure I'll make a lot of mistakes. Anyway, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for all the trouble I might cause. Hmm? Not at all. It's no trouble at all. Please, have the witness play. Rado. Not at all. It's no trouble at all. Now then, may we please have your name and occupation? My name is, Melissa Foster. I'm a college student, a freshman in the literature department. You were on the scene when the unfortunate event occurred, correct? And you were the one who took this photo? Is that accurate? Ah! How can you be so mean? Now see here. What are you doing shoving that in her face like that? But it's just a photograph. It's not like it's something dangerous. I mean, Mia, you could probably give someone a paper cut. Yeah, I love this series. Retro perspective. I it's been wonderful revisiting these games. There's a few games that I've yet to get around to myself though. I still haven't played the two Great Ace Attorney games and the second Miles Edgeworth game. I'm going to be getting around to those eventually. And if I was to like get around to them, I'm like, let's just replay the whole series. This is like my third time ever playing the third game. But yeah, I do love these games. And I'm hoping that I'm doing like a little movement, sort of sending a message. Hey, Capcom, please give us a seventh Ace Attorney game, you know, to continue with Phoenix, Apollo, Athena. But if you ask me, if they ever do make a seventh game, I think Athena needs a little bit more focus. I think she's pretty cool. Because, man, they did pretty good with Apollo in the fifth and sixth games. Yeah, you're welcome. But it's just a photograph. It's not like it's something dangerous. Next time I'll be forced to penalize you. Uh-oh. I don't like the turn this has taken. Yeah, I did, dude. I did remember that little I did see a news source that Capcom is thinking about releasing more Mega Man, more Devil May Cry, and more Ace Attorney in the foreseeable future, amongst many franchises. And I want to see if, Capcom is actually, owing up to that statement. Now, Devil May Cry, whatever. It's cool. We already know that we're getting Mega Man Dual Override next year in 2027, the 12th official Mega Man game. And they did stealth drop Dino Crisis 1 and 2 the other day, which is kind of cool. I uh I love the second Dino Crisis. First one's all right, but the second one was much better. And yes, I think a proper Breath of Fire collection will be also nice. And eh, I know I've said it before, but I would honestly like another Demon's Crest. G&G, Ghouls and Ghosts, Ghosts and Goblins, they've got plenty. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I recently picked up G&G Resurrection for $3 the other day. I can't wait to try that out. And maybe a new Darkstalkers, but I don't count on Capcom's current fighting division to do that. Oh well. Ellipsis. Is she staring at me? Um, and you would be? Huh? I'm the defense attorney. My name is Mia Fey. Oops. I see. So you are. Now then, young lady, could you give could you please give us your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I'll do my best. The witness's photograph. Oh boy. I I was using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. Then I noticed there were two people standing up on the suspension bridge. Suddenly, they just started fighting. That's when I hurried and took the photo that shows the crucial moment. And right after that, I called the police. Wow. Hmm. By the way, where were you standing when the incident occurred? I believe the map would be of help here. Um, I was standing right over here. I was standing in a beautiful field, surrounded by tall cliffs. So you took the photo from that location, eh? I brought the camera I was using at the time, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me to. Ho ho ho, what a cute camera. Just like its owner. Camera. Melissa Foster took the witness's photo with this. A small but powerful model. All right then, Miss Faye. Time for your cross-examination. Why, hello there, confused raptorsaur. It's so I feel before I saw like the genre of visual novel popped up, I always saw this as a point and click adventure game when it was categorized in those. I mean, it's a text heavy game, but like there's many different kinds of visual novels. There's ones where you just straight up read through them. Maybe there's multiple choices, like for different paths. But yeah, there's actually just straight up visual novels where you don't really make any choices. You just click and read the text, which is fine. But yeah, that's what the Ace Attorney series is like to me personally. Adventure point and click. But it's like a visual novel. Except you actually do take control. Like, well, not control, but you're actually like making like the right decisions of progression. The only visual novels you know about some oh, of course, there's many kinds of, visual novels like that. Adult stuff. Yes, Grotto. Keep it in your pants, Your Honor. All right then, Miss Faye. Time for your cross-examination. But I warn you, make the witness cry again, and you'll feel the wrath of my gavel. The witness's photograph. So right now, this is the gameplay portion. I'm doing something called cross-examination, and during these cross-examinations, I have to find contradictions and lies. So that bar in the upper right corner, if you get something wrong, like if you chose the wrong piece of evidence on the wrong statement, you'll get penalized. And when that bar runs out, the defendant is declared guilty, and that's a game over. But you don't have to worry about that if, you can always do good old save scum. But yeah, now then. I, I was using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. Hold it. Did you say wildflowers? Yes, the mountain is famous for its beautiful spring wildflowers. Um, but it's only February. Oh yeah, it is February. Right now. Well, I couldn't wait for spring to come. Ho ho, I know just how you feel. It's just like when I first started growing this glorious beard of mine. I just couldn't wait, so I wore a dyed blonde Santa beard until mine grew in properly. Wildflowers, your favorite Tom Petty album? Nice. Would you mind if we got back to the facts of the case, Your Honor? Then I noticed there were two people standing up on the suspension bridge. Was there anything strange about the two of them? I I'm a bad girl. I know I am. It looked like they were having a really serious conversation up there. So I decided to watch them, like some kind of peeping Tom. No, not at all. Everyone is like that. I love watching other people fight too. In fact, I can't get enough of it. Actually, that's why I took this job in the first place. Too much info, Your Honor. In any case, it's perfectly natural for you to have been kept watching them, especially dressed as they were. Well, anyway, I was watching them very closely. Suddenly, they just started fighting. Do you have any idea what they were fighting about? No, I have no idea. Why do you ask that? Oh, I just thought that maybe you overheard what they said. Oh no. I would never. I would never eavesdrop. I've got more class than that. That's right, Miss Faye. Don't drag the witness down to your level. Grr. And right after that, I called the police. You called the police? Yes, because it looked to me like the murderer was going to try to escape. We were already moving before the call even came in. Thanks to the victim's note, we had already started our operation. Hmm, that was certainly tough luck for the criminal, eh? If Terry Falls is the criminal, then there must be something strange in that girl's testimony. Be careful, kitten. That girl has the judge wrapped around, right around her little finger. You're gonna have a rough time poking holes in that testimony of hers. You're gonna have to come up with something really good, Mia. So, we're gonna press her on this fourth statement here. That's when I hurried and took the photo that shows the crucial moment. Why did you take a photo? Well, the two of them were really going at it. Ever since I was a little girl, I always wanted to be a news reporter. I guess that part of me just kind of took over. It smells like a lie to me. Yes, I understand completely. Even now, I can't completely abandon my boyhood dreams. I still use my grandson to test my comedy routines on. So you wanted to be a comedian, huh? Not that it has any bearing on this. All I could do was to use my camera. So I took the photo of the crucial moment and gave it to the police. Oh, really? Oh, really? That's when I hurried and took the photo that shows the crucial moment. Photo, yeah, eh? Sorry, I didn't mean to witness his photo. A crucial moment? Oh, Melissa. Witness! When you say you took a photo of the crucial moment, is this what you meant? Er, all I could see in this photo are two people facing each other. You testified that you saw the two of them starting to fight. Normally, that's the kind of thing we refer to as a crucial moment. Why haven't you presented a photo like that? Well, you see. Oh, it's this music again. The photo we presented was the only one there was. But if you really wanted to capture the crucial moment, then what happened next? You must have taken a photo of it. Hmm. Oh, my apologies, young lady. But Miss Faye's assertion is not without a certain amount of merit. He can certainly downplay a situation, can't he? I'm sorry. I'm a very bad girl. I I used it all up. The film, I mean. You ran out of film? Er, this photo was the last one. What? Unfortunately, that is the truth. I personally examined all of the photographs she took that day. All the other photos are of the witness herself, playing among the wildflowers. The witness herself? Then who took the photos? Well, you see, my camera has a timer feature built into it. So you took photos of yourself? Hmm. I remember taking some photos of myself once too. Please, no details. It seems that Miss Faye's assertion was not so decisive after all. Wait, just a minute. Well, she had no film left. She couldn't very well take more pictures. Eh? Miss Foster, perhaps then you could tell us about a different sort of photo. Photos of the incident that you took with your very own eyes. Mr. Edgeworth, you're quite the poet. Very well then. Let's get back to the cross-examination. Let's hear your thoughts on the fight that you witnessed. Yes, Mr. Judge. Boy, this guy is really a sucker for sweet talk. Ha! It looks like the other kitten in the room is the one that's getting all the attention. Yeah, it's sickening. Uh, okay. Ah, look. She has revised her statement here. The victim turned around and tried to run away, but hold it. The victim. Why do you think she tried to run away? Um, with her police training, she certainly knew better than to turn her back on a criminal. This was a large, powerful man with a knife. If it had been a quaggy woman like you, I'm sure she would have acted differently. Quaggy? Why, you? If it had been me, I probably would have jumped into the river. There's still something wrong with this testimony. She only got about 10 yards before she was stabbed in the back. So you're saying Sergeant Hawthorne wasn't able to get away from him? Well, it's a narrow bridge and it was swaying back and forth. If you ask me, both of them were in danger of falling off. I only wish I could have done something to help her. Hmm, that seems to make sense. I wonder about that. Something seems kind of off. Ha, does it now? You have a good sixth sense. When you feel that something's off, that's when you need to figure out why. If Terry Falls isn't a criminal, then there must be something strange in that girl's testimony. Be careful, kitten. Yeah, same text. So, her revised testimony here, her fourth and fifth statements, these are lies. She only got about 10 years before she only got about 10 yards before she was stabbed in the back. The victim turned around and tried to run away. But what? I will submit the evidence. The Dusky Bridge map we shall present. Witnessed! Your testimony is a joke. Huh? What? But I just. Miss Faye, I thought I warned you not to make the witness cry. One short testimony and two bad contradictions. There's no possible excuse. You say there were two contradictions. It's simple. Just take a look at the diagram of the area. According to her testimony, the two of them were in the middle of the bridge. But if they were, and the victim had turned around and tried to run, well then, she would have hit a dead end. You said 10 yards, but she couldn't have ran even 5. Because Dusky Bridge is collapsed on that side. What does all this mean? It's very simple, Your Honor. This charming little witness told a charming little lie. That's all there is to it. She's awesome there. This beautiful young lady has been lying in the court? Yes. Just a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, allow me to personally apologize for the confusion. What do you mean? There's one major mistake in this diagram. What did you say? What are you referring to? It's all because this diagram was made after the incident occurred. Well, report to jail immediately, witness. I'll use my own handcuffs. It's all because this diagram was made after the incident occurred. It's a very old bridge. We couldn't find any official blueprints of it. So you're saying? I'm saying that even though this bridge is currently in disrepair, there's no evidence that can prove that the bridge was broken during the incident. That's ridiculous! You can't actually tell the condition of the bridge from this photo. I apologize to the court for not being more clear when I presented the evidence. Ha, that guy is good. Huh? What do you mean? He planned it from the beginning. He's a genius, all right. That diagram of the bridge was his insurance policy. What? That coward. Well, Miss Fay, it seems you've once again made a reckless accusation. Oh, one moment. Okay. I'm so sorry. I should have been more careful myself. No, 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 no. It wasn't your fault at all. Now then, shall we go on with the trial? I'd like to establish once and for all what it was that the witness actually saw. Indeed. All right, young lady. May I ask you to please proceed with your testimony? But it's so hard to go on. We're all on your side, Miss Foster. There's no need to worry. Just tell us what you saw. Yes, sir. Running from the crime. Running from the crime, you say? After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. Then he carried her over to the car. I suppose that was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw. Hmm. Witnessing such violence must have been difficult. Yes, sir. I'm still shaken up. If he accepts this testimony as it is, we're finished. Don't say that! Oh well, maybe I'll stop off at my favorite cafe on the way home. They make a really great mocha latte. This trial isn't over yet. Ha! That's what I like to hear. All right, Miss Fay, your cross-examination, if you please. The contradiction is staring you right in the face, Mia. Go on the attack. Running from the crime. After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. Are you saying that the victim didn't fall down the bridge? Er, actually, maybe she did fall. Of course she didn't fall down the bridge. If she had fallen down, this photo wouldn't make any sense. If that was the case, her coat would have been all muddy. If you don't mind, I was asking the witness. Huh. No need to be so rude. He's one to talk. Well, young lady, of course she didn't fall down. The man in the prison uniform grabbed her before she could. He lips. Ha! We're one step too slow. And then what did the defendant do after that? Then he carried her over to the car. You personally witnessed that? Yes. Did anything strange happen when he did that? Well, I don't know if you'd call it strange or not, but that's when the victim's scarf fell off. You mean this scarf? Her words match what we found at the scene. I don't see any problem. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. Why do you say that? It's already a broken down bridge hidden away in the mountains. Doing anything more to hide the corpse would be going overboard, wouldn't it? Yes, but that mountain is famous among hikers. A surprising number of people go up there. But it's February, right? And it was raining that day, correct? There is also a small temple and a channeling dojo there. You know those monks? They just love cold, isolated places. I think the witness is trying to say that the corpse could have been found at any time. Besides, the witness is merely reporting what she witnessed with her own eyes. Ellipsis. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw. And you're absolutely certain that it was my client who was carrying the body? Well, he was wearing a prisoner's uniform, but as for his face? So you're saying you didn't get a clear So you're saying you didn't get a clear look at his face? Well, they were far away, and it was raining as well. I thought I was only supposed to say exactly what I saw. Excellent. You're a remarkably honest young woman. Something about this testimony is bothering me, but what? Hey, kitten, have you ever put salt in your coffee? No, why would I? Why not? Huh? It may actually go better with coffee than sugar, right? Listen, my point is, if you're not sure, you might as well add a ton of salt to it. It might bring out the rust in something, like a piece of evidence. He's right, Mia. Go present something. You got nothing to lose. By the way, I want to put salt in my coffee. The two don't go well, after all. Oh, man. I suppose that was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden. A little bit of salt goes with everything. You mean the defendant carried the body all by himself? Yes. Considering the size of the defendant, I don't think it would be difficult. Yes, but let's remember they were on a narrow bridge that was ready to collapse. Is it even possible for him to have carried a dead body on a bridge like that? Well, the fact of the matter is that he did. That kind of talk is just silly. Wow, why did he get so emotional all of a sudden? Miss Faye, if you think there's some other possibility, please share it with the rest of us. Why, there is, Your Honor. I suppose that was the only way he can make sure the body stayed hidden. Really? Stayed hidden? Hmm. Well, well, well. Oh, Melissa. Explain. A killer not wanting his victim to be found. I can understand that. However, the idea of moving the body for that purpose is clearly odd. There was a much easier way to make sure the body wasn't found. Well, what is it? Take another look at the map of the area, and you'll see how. There's a river right below the bridge. Earlier, Mr. Edgeworth pointed out something interesting about the river. For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered. Ah, in the kidnapping case 5 years ago, the victim's body was carried away and never found. If 10 murders were to occur at that same spot above the Eagle River, you could bet your boots that every other killer would have tossed the body in the water. Order, order, order. I'm not sure if I care for the way you put that, Miss Fay, but I must admit it does seem odd not to have thrown the body into the river. Oh, well, Mr. Edgeworth. How sad. Perhaps Miss Fay would do well to try taking a dip in the river herself. Hey! After all, you claim to be such an expert in the ways of nature. What are you talking about? My point is that no matter how odd you may find the killer's method of body disposal, the fact is that this is what the killer did. None of your arguments have anything to do with what the witness saw. Quite true. Miss Fay, it seems that your assertion is without merit after all. But what the witness claims to have been is totally ridiculous. Surely you can't deny that the body was found in the trunk of the car. That's certainly consistent with what the witness has told us. Ah. Please, witness, go on with your testimony. I'll try. All you have to do is tell us only what you saw. Otherwise, the mean lady might yell at you again. Who is he talking about? All right, I'll do my best. Oh boy. So, that was a fancy way of Edgeworth telling Melissa to revise her testimony. And here it is. The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. Huh? Say what? Say what? What did the man do then? Well, naturally, he got in the car and was about to flee. That's when I came to my senses. I said to myself, you have to call the police. And so that's when you called the police? You're sure that you saw all that with your own eyes? Yes, I'm 100% certain. So, this revised statement here? Well, the new statement, but it's a revised testimony. We could present two pieces of evidence here. You could present either the witness's photo or the Dusky Bridge map. Oh, excuse me, wrong button. I pulled the Deadpool. I hit the wrong button. Anyway, present. You can present the witness's photo or the Dusky Bridge map. Witness's photo. The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. How oddly specific. Well, Miss Foster, it looks like you've done it this time. Done what? Made a crucial mistake. A crucial mistake. Like what, Miss Fay? The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. You're saying you saw that, right? With your very own eyes? Yes, and? It's simple, Miss Foster. Take a look at the diagram. The place you claim to have taken the photo from that day is here. Do you see what I mean? Even if you try to see the car, this outcropping of rock is directly in the way. Ah, that's right, Miss Foster. From where you were standing, you could not have possibly seen the killer's car. Ah! I admit that the diagram shows a large outcropping of rock. However, it isn't so tall that it would stop her from seeing the car. That's right. It's not high at all. But I was able to see his car just fine. I'm so sorry, but that just doesn't wash. Oops. I believe it was the witness who presented this as evidence to the court, yes? Yeah, right? How tall are you, then? I believe it was the witness who presented this as evidence to the court, yes? This is the location that the photo was taken from. Your own photo tells the whole story. You can clearly see the left side of the bridge. But the outcropping that is being referred to is really more like a cliff. Ah. Your view should have been completely cut off by this cliff. But still, you claim to have been able to see the killer's car. No! Order in the court. What is the meaning of all this ballyhoo? Your Honor, don't jump to any hasty conclusions. The fact that the escapee fled in a stolen car was reported on the news. After witnessing a murder, I'm sure you can appreciate that the witness was very upset. She must have heard about the stolen car and convinced her that she saw it. But she was repeatedly warned before starting her testimony. She was told to testify only about what she saw with her own eyes. Hmm. Oh. Er. Mr. Judge? What is it? I think. I think I must have remembered things wrong. Hey, wait a minute. You can't just say that. Miss Fay, no one on the face of the planet is perfect. Yes, indeed. Quite true. You know what they say. To err is human. To forgive, divine. I'm inclined to give the benefit of the doubt to our witness here. What? That's not fair! Ha! Save the tears for later, kitten. Mr. Armando! Don't look back until the trial is over. Now is the time to go forward. But, but that wasn't fair! Okay, kitten. You need to relax. Then you need to remember the other kitten's testimony. The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. So tell me, how did she know that? How did she know that he broke into the trunk? Aha! Well, Miss Foster, until you can explain how you knew that, you're going to have a lot of very suspicious people on this side of the courtroom. Ellipsis? Well, witness? Well, I'm certain that he broke into the trunk. Because there were marks left on the trunk lid. I'm certain they were scratch marks from where he broke into it. From when he broke into it. What? Let me see that photo. It's true. They certainly look like scratch marks around the keyhole. It's obvious that this trunk has been broken open. Well, Miss Faye, are you satisfied? The judge is on her side. I can't make any mistakes here. What she just said. Is there a contradiction in there somewhere? Why? Nope. That doesn't work. Melissa Foster. It looks like you finally betrayed yourself. What? You said you were in a field taking photos of wildflowers. But even so, you knew about the scratches. The question is when? When did you get a chance to see those scratches? Ellipsis. Finally. I finally got her. Ha! I'm getting pretty tired of waiting over here. Then perhaps it would be faster if Miss Faye explained herself. Your Honor, there's only one possible explanation. The reason the witness had seen the scratches was... she put the corpse in herself. There's only one way that the witness had a chance to see those scratches. Yes, what is it? Naturally. When she opened the trunk and stuffed the corpse in herself. The person who really hid the body in the trunk of that car was... Melissa Foster. It was you that did it, wasn't it? That's ridiculous. I could never. It was the man in the prison garb. He's the one that... I don't think so, Miss Foster. If Mr. Falls had been the one that put the corpse in the trunk, he would have simply used the car key. There was no need to break it open. But he stole the car. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light. Which means that the key would have still been in the ignition. Oh, I see. Thank you for telling us about the scratches, Miss Foster. Without that, we never would have uncovered the truth. That it couldn't have been Mr. Falls that put the body in the trunk. No! Preposterous! to even suggest that the witness put the body in there. If that were true, then how do you explain the photo that she took? The corpse could not. The corpse could only have been put in the trunk when the incident occurred. And we already know that at the time, she was taking photographs. Now is your chance, Mia. Finish this thing. On the contrary, I'm not so certain about that anymore, Mr. Edgeworth. There's no need to think too deeply about it. What I'm saying is the shutter for this may not have been pushed by Miss Foster herself. The camera, it has a timer function. Let's take another look at this camera and see what features it has, shall we? It has a timer built into it, even a mini tripod. Why, it's almost as if she had brought this camera just to take this picture. What are you trying to say then, Miss Fay? That when the crime occurred, Miss Foster wasn't in the fields as she claimed? Oh, she set the camera to cover for a murder mode. Yep. That when the crime occurred, Miss Foster wasn't in the field as she claimed? Well, if she really did use the camera's auto timer, then the answer is yes, she was somewhere else. Exactly. She was not in the field. Would the defense please explain further? Listen, this is a crucial point. Where was Miss Foster when the incident occurred? In answering that question, will also make clear Miss Foster's true identity. Well then, please answer this question. Where was Melissa Foster when the incident on the bridge occurred? Why, she was right here, Your Honor, for she was most likely the victim. Naturally, the witness was right here. But that's where the victim, Miss Hawthorne, was standing. Order, order, order. Miss Fay, what on earth? Your Honor, if I may, after parting with the victim on the bridge, the defendant fled by car. But this would mean that there was no time to put the victim in the trunk. In other words, if someone put the body in the trunk, it could only have been before the defendant met the victim. The victim. How asinine! Of course, Mr. Falls met with the victim. The only person with the opportunity to have put the victim in the trunk is that same man that killed her, Terry Falls. You still don't understand, do you, Mr. Edgeworth? By the time the witness's photo was taken, the victim was already dead. The person in the photo was not Valerie Hawthorne. What? I've never heard anything more ridiculous in my entire life. Then who exactly is the victim in this photo? It's obvious, isn't it? It's your own witness. What? It's the only possible explanation. The woman that Mr. Falls met on the bridge that day was not Valerie Hawthorne. It was you, Melissa Foster. Me? Let's check out the profiles real quick. Let's see. Terry Falls, my client, sentenced to death 5 years ago, escaped from custody 2 days ago. Valerie Hawthorne, police officer and the victim, the key witness in the case against Miss Falls 5 years ago. Diego Armando, the hotshot lawyer, my senior and rival at the office, a bit smug. Miles Edgeworth, dubbed a genius as soon as he started as a prosecutor. Today's his court debut. Dick Gumshoe, homicide detective in charge of the initial investigation, still new to his position. Melissa Foster, a college student, witnessed and photographed the incident on Dusky Bridge. Me? Let's remember that it was raining and foggy in the mountain that day. Mr. Falls himself believed that the woman in front of him was Valerie Hawthorne, but the defendant knew Valerie Hawthorne very well. After all, she was the woman whose testimony helped get him convicted. But since then, my client has spent 5 hard years in a federal penitentiary. He couldn't remember exactly what she looked like anymore. You're just making this up as you go along. Where's your proof? I've got it all right here. This piece of evidence will blow this case wide open. Mia, pieces. At the time of the incident, Mr. Falls had forgotten what Valerie Hawthorne looked like. So you can actually present two pieces of evidence here. Well, actually, she was referring to this, the victim's note. You can also present the scarf here, by the way, because it refers to the victim's note. Because look, it says it right there. Wear a white scarf for identification. Victim's note. Mr. Falls had forgotten the victim's face. That's why he needed some piece of identification, namely this muddy scarf. Ah! It was Mr. Falls who requested that she wear this scarf to identify herself. That's already been proven by the note the victim left. In other words, as long as you were wearing a scarf like he asked, anyone could have pretended to be Valerie Hawthorne. Really. Look, everyone, I'm Valerie Hawthorne. This is my white scarf. Alright then, bring her. See? I'm not Valerie. I am Valerie. Valerie? Not Valerie. I am Valerie. Oh, and sorry, this is not a scarf. It's a bandana. I'm sorry. Anyone could have pretended to be Valerie Hawthorne. Anyone? Ellipse. Well, what do you have to say to that, Melissa Foster? Oh no. This entire series loves its you dressed up as X and then took a photo. She disintegrated. Eh, where's Miss Foster? She's collecting herself in the lobby. Hmm. Collecting herself. It's obvious that Melissa Foster did it. She hid the body in the trunk and disguised herself as the victim. She set up the camera, snap a fake photo of them together. The only question is, why did she do it? Well, Isn't that obvious? She's the real culprit. Ha. Well, we'll have to wait for Miss Foster to compose herself before we start again. Until then, this court is in recess. The defense and the prosecution are both to wait in their respective lobbies. Yes, Your Honor. Understood. Very well. This court is in recess. I'm going to go on the slide again. I like the slide. Seesaw. The swing. Merry-go-round. One time I got really bad blisters when I was using the monkey bars. I stopped using the monkey bars. That's why I've been that's why I've been always saying whenever you mention recess, I'm literally mentioning the playground. I love doing that. Gives me a fun little mental image. And now we are going to the second part of the trial. The second final part, I should say. February 16th, 1:14 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4. Mr. Falls, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want to say thanks. You're real good. You really hooked me up. Thanks. We're almost there. Once I prove that she committed the crime. Yeah, but there's one more big obstacle we've got to get past. Obstacle? Yeah, motive. Why would Melissa Foster kill that policewoman anyway? Motive, huh? Anyway, we're still badly in need of information. Information, right. What we need the most is info about this Melissa Foster herself. All we know is that she's a student studying literature. And one more thing. What is it? Well, the incident that happened 5 years ago, of course. The kidnapping murder case that Zebra Boy is on death row for. I didn't do nothing. I ain't killing nobody. I never lie. Mr. Falls, in that case, tell us more about it. Motive. She was cuter than me. Stab. Grotto. About what happened 5 years ago. Okay. I trust you. That day, 5 years ago, I dream of it. Every day. This picture, it reminds me everything. Bridge looks same. Just like then. 5 years ago. Like it could fall apart. Fall apart any minute. So it's been broken like this for at least 5 years. Ha. Sorry, buddy. But you sound like the one that could fall apart at any minute. And true. I did. I did kidnap her. 5 years ago, I kidnapped my girlfriend, Dahlia Hawthorne. That name. Your girlfriend? Huh? Hey, hold on there. Did you say Hawthorne? The victim's last name. Dahlia Hawthorne. Valerie's little sister. What? Are you serious? The girl. Let her go. The girl. Let her go. Shut up. Come closer, and I kill her. Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. The detective back then was Valerie Hawthorne. At first, I thought shooting someone for a kidnapping was crossing the line, but if it was to protect her little sister, I can understand why she did it. Wrong. No protect sister. Valerie betrayed me. Betray us. What do you mean she betrayed you? Everything. All lies. All make believe. Kidnapping, too. A make believe kidnapping? Dahlia, my girlfriend, my love, my teen angel. Ah, did he actually say my teen angel? He's seen one too many soap operas. I know this one song called Teen Angel. Teen Angel, can you hear me? Teen Angel, can you see me? I forget the rest of the words, and that's all you're gonna get out of me. uh, did he actually say my teen angel? He's seen one too many soap operas. I do anything she says. Anything Dahlia says. Anything Dahlia says? Hold on a minute. What you're saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by? Yeah, me and Dahlia. And Valerie, too. Valerie was in on it? Dahlia's family rich. Jewelry business. We get one jewel. That's what we thought. Me and Dahlia wrote kidnap note. We sent to her dad. Asked for $2 million diamond. Tell him make exchange on Dusky Bridge. We tell him Valerie make transfer, 'cause she knew detective. Having a police detective in your pocket is a useful thing, all right. In the end, you were planning on splitting the 2 million 3 ways, huh? Yeah, but that woman. That woman. Valerie. She do it for real. He shoot at me for real. Me and Dahlia. I was shot in arm. Dahlia. She jump in river. Jump? You don't mean she jumped on purpose, do you? I couldn't do it. I could never push her. Anyway, I blacked out. Wake up with police all over. And that's when they decided to give you the death sentence. I couldn't believe it. That woman, she betrayed me. That man, Terry Falls, he killed her. He threw her off the bridge. He threw my beloved sister into the roaring river 40 feet below. These 5 years, all I wonder is why? 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 Why did she lie? That's all I want to know. So that's why you called her. You wanted to hear the truth from Valerie herself. Yes, but I forget what she looked like, so I tell her to wear scarf. I don't want to hurt her. Just ask why. Why? Why did you lie? Why did you betray me? I just want to hear answer come from her mouth. That's all. So that's why. That's why you made a crazy escape like that. Just one thing, zebra boy. My senses are tingling all over. Tell me, Mr. Falls, where is it? Huh? Where's what? Come on now, kitten. The ransom. The $2 million diamond. Remember that now? Did you give it back to Pops? Did the police take it? I don't know. Huh? You don't know? No, really. I don't know. It's gone. With Dahlia. With Dahlia? That day, on the bridge, Dahlia put it in backpack. Now gone. With Dahlia. Gone. Forever. Into Eagle River. The disappear of Dahlia, huh? Wait a minute. You can come back in now. You can come back in now. We're about ready to go. Mr. Falls, just one more question. When you said with Dahlia, do you mean the diamond is still missing? Along with the body of Dahlia Hawthorne? Ellipsis. Never found her. My sweet Dahlia. They never found her? Swallowed by river. Gone. Dahlia. My teen angel. Terry Falls. Age 25. Melissa Foster? No, wait. Oh, never mind. Your teen angel? How old was she anyway? Just 14. Yeah, no. No thanks. Just 14. 14? I guess you were robbing cradles before diamonds. She plans a fake kidnapping and disappears into the river with a rock worth 2 mil. Man, oh man. Angels these days. Falls takes the fall and gets a one-way ticket to death row. Is Dahlia Hawthorne an angel? Or is she really a... It's time, kitten. It looks like we have a few more aces up our sleeve now. You bet. Diamond. A $2 million gem. Used as ransom for Dahlia. Lost to Eagle River 5 years ago. The training wheels come off now, Mia. You gotta strike while the iron is hot. That's one of my rules. Remember it. Oh. February 16th, 1:49 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 4. All right, here goes. Now then, let's continue with the trial of Mr. Terry Falls. Witness, are you feeling better? Yes, Your Honor. I'll try my best. Hmm, you're a brave young lady. Not this again. I can understand a defense lawyer wanting to get her client off the hook. However, to try to pin the crime on an innocent student is. What are you talking about? My witness is not the person on trial here. She's an innocent bystander who witnessed a violent crime. That's all. What possible reason would a girl like this have for murdering a policewoman? It's certainly hard to imagine this woman as a murderer. Her motive, huh? I figured that's what I had to establish next. Well, Miss Faye, do you have any evidence of a motive? Yes, of course. I think. Ha, you're still acting as tame as a kitten. Kitten. Mr. Armando, listen. A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. Smiling on the outside while your guts are twisted in knots is the mark of a pro. Maybe so, but I wish you would quit grinning at me like that. Um, excuse me. May I speak, Mr. Judge? Of course. Mr. Judge is ready anytime you like. I'd like I'd like to say something. Some people here are suspicious of me, right? That's why I I at least wanted you, Mr. Judge, to know that it's not true. Hmm, I see. You're such an honest and upstanding young lady. It looks like this witness is a real professional. What do you mean? Look at that 100-watt smile. Just when things are darkest for her, click. She lights right up. Very well then. Let's hear what the witness has to say. Melissa Foster's history. Oh boy. I I was out of the country until the year before last. Until I entered college, I had never even been to Eagle Mountain before. And I certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Holding a grudge and killing the officer who testified against you 5 years ago. Or kidnapping a poor girl. I just think the defendant is a terrible, horrible monster. Hmm, out of the country, eh? Precisely. Furthermore, he has not she has no possible motive for committing murder. Because so is Melissa Foster, the little sister. Well, they've been discussing it, like, oh, look at that. Well, as of right now, according to this record, Dahlia Hawthorne is deceased. Valerie's younger sis, victim of the kidnap murder, fell from bridge, no body found. And also, you know, I was just gonna say, from case one in the beginning, we did see we did see Dahlia Hawthorne and Melissa Foster, who has such a striking resemblance to Dahlia Hawthorne. Maybe she's a twin sister of hers, or maybe it's a coincidence. Furthermore, she has no possible motive for committing murder. Indeed. You're up to bat, kitten. Sharpen those claws and put on your best smile. You bet. Somehow, I have to tie her to this case. Melissa Foster's history. I was out of the country until the year before last. So what country were you living in then? We were all living abroad, but after my parents were killed, it was a brutal civil war. She had to try to make her way back home alone. I lost everything. I didn't even have any personal identification. What kind of sob story is this? What do I do? Should I press her for details? Nah, we'll wait and see. There's nothing I can do about her claim to have lost all her identification. All I can do is wait to find some other evidence about her real identity. Real identity. Very well then, Miss Foster. Please proceed. Until I entered college, I had never even been to Eagle Mountain before. So what made you decide to go to Eagle Mountain anyway? I just love being outdoors. Picnics, hiking, that sort of thing. You don't look like much of a hiker to me, but you do look like a digger of sorts. But Eagle Mountain is a 2-hour drive from here, and no trains run through there. There are plenty of mountains that are closer and easier to get to. Well, I went there once with the college hiking club. I fell in love with its stark, desolate beauty, and its cold yet romantic gloominess. Didn't know you were such a goth. By the way, what's the name of your college? The prosecution objects to any questions that involve the witness's private life. All that matters is that she is a material witness to a crime. The witness doesn't need to respond to questions that are clearly malicious in intent. Thank you. She's really gone too far. Miss Faye, you're dirty on the nice here. I hardly said anything. Talk about sensitive. And I certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Perhaps, but your behavior that day was very suspicious. Not only have you contradicted yourself here in court, but you know things you shouldn't. For example, the scratches in the trunk of the car. Well, that's... Unfortunately, Miss Faye, your last statement proves nothing. Oh, really? And why is that? The witness came to the police station once to identify the suspect. It's entirely possible that, at that time, an officer showed her this photo. That seems like a rather serious mistake. Ha! That's the oldest trick in the prosecutor's book. That's not fair. That wicked inmate, I'll never be able to forget that horrible day. Or kidnapping a poor girl. I just think the defendant is a terrible, horrible monster. You knew about the incident? But weren't you out of the country until the year before last? Well, I saw a report about the escaped convict on the news. They had an in-depth report about his whole history. So you were still living abroad 5 years ago, is that right? Yes. I can't let her get away with these lies. Listen to me, she's neck deep in this whole thing. Somehow, you're just going to have to get her to show the court her true self. Her true self. Holding a grudge and killing the officer who testified against you 5 years ago. A grudge? Well, the policewoman's testimony was crucial, wasn't it? Crucial was in getting the defendant sentenced to death. Yes, and that's precisely why he harbored such deep anger against her. So much anger that he forgot his own guilt. My client has always maintained that he's innocent of those charges. He seems rather forgetful. Your client, I mean. Not only did he forget about what he did, but he forgot the poor policewoman as well. What do you mean by that? Your client? He forgot what the detective looked like, right? It's too bad for her that he didn't forget about her testimony as well. Well, she's right about that. Mr. Falls is kind of forgetful. We're gonna have to press harder on that. You said he forgot what the detective looked like. What did you mean by that? Well, he couldn't tell who she was without some kind of identification, right? Quite right. That's why the victim was wearing a scarf as identification. Why, if I had been wearing a white scarf that day, then he probably would have tried to kill me. That's true. He's clearly a bitter man. This is bad. Mr. Fall's reputation just keeps getting worse and worse. Sometimes it's best not to poke too deep. What should I do with that last statement? Why, Miss Fay, we're going to have it added to the testimony. Your Honor, what the witness said just now was tremendously important. I like it added to the official testimony. The prosecution has no objection. After all, the defendant is a killer, and a mentally unbalanced one at that. That testimony only helps to further prove that point. No, that's not why I... Enough. Witness, if you would. My pleasure, Mr. Judge. I guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf. What do you mean by lucky? Well, it's February now. Everyone is wearing scarves. If I had accidentally worn a white scarf like he said, then you yourself might have been killed. That would have been a terrible loss for this world. Ha! It looks like you pressed too hard this time, kitten. Mr. Armando, keep looking around you, and you're going to lose sight of the finish line. Justice is blind, but she's not deaf. Sometimes you have to know when not to talk. So... You can present two pieces of evidence here. I guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf. You could present either the victim's note or the scarf itself. This was worn by the victim at the time of the incident, found on Dusky Bridge. And as a reminder, Falls. The note says, wear white scarf for identification. Alright. Presenting scarf. Witness! I want you to look at this photo you took. It's hard to see in the photo, but look at the scarf the victim wore as identification. Ah, you were talking about this scarf right here, eh? Yes, that's it. The scarf the policewoman was wearing. I've got her now. Just don't mess up. But that's strange. In your testimony, you stated the following. I guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf. Wait. This is the scarf you identified as belonging to the victim. But it certainly doesn't look white to me. Oh. Yep. Well, it was foggy that day. It was raining as well. It's not surprising that she mistook it for white. Sorry, but not this time. The witness just confirmed that this was the victim's scarf. Yes, but what's the significance? It's true that the scarf doesn't look white, but there's only one explanation for this mix-up. The reason why the witness thought the scarf was white is so you can present the same thing again, like I said. Once again, you could present either the victim's note or the scarf. But it says here, again, wear white scarf. Witness, have you ever seen this note? Note? No, never. It's top secret evidence. There's no reason that you would have. I wonder about that. What do you mean? This note shows Miss Fall's instructions to the victim regarding their meeting. It says, wear white scarf for identification. White scarf? Ah! Witness, you knew what this note said. And it's because you knew that you slipped up and mistakenly said, white scarf. Well, Miss Foster? Order, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm waiting for an explanation. I'm quite sure this note wasn't leaked to the public. And yet, this witness knew exactly what the note said. At the time of the murder, the number of people that knew were quite limited. Terry Falls is one. The person who wrote the person who wrote the note, Valerie Hawthorne, is another. And finally, one more person. Did you say one more person? That's right. A person that no one would have suspected. Have you figured it out, kitten? Yup. The third person that knew the contents of the note was Dahlia Hawthorne. And that person is Dahlia Hawthorne. Dahlia Hawthorne. I've never heard that name before. Look at the victim's note. This is what it says. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time. Talk to Dahlia. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time. There is her name, right there. What's this? So who is this person? This Dahlia Hawthorne. Miss Fay must be desperate if she's trying to bring the dead back to life. About that. The dead? Dahlia Hawthorne was the victim's deceased younger sister. She was killed in a crime 5 years ago. Killed in a crime? You don't mean... Yes, she was kidnapped and killed by Terry Falls. You said she was killed, but was she really? What are you implying? Of course people thought she had died 5 years ago. When she fell off of Dusky Bridge and was lost in the Eagle River. However, her corpse was never found. She was declared legally dead 5 years ago. As far as the law is concerned, Dahlia Hawthorne is officially dead. But the fact remains that her body was never recovered. Dahlia Hawthorne was 14 years old 5 years ago. If she were still alive, she would be 19 now. Melissa Foster. I believe that's the same age you are. Ah, even you couldn't. Miss Fay, you're not saying. But I am. That's precisely what I'm saying. This witness before us is the girl that was kidnapped and killed 5 years ago. This girl is, in fact, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. What? Ha, nice work. That was like tossing a grenade into a three-alarm fire. But unless you can tie all the loose ends together, you're nothing but a hit-and-run arsonist. I understand. If I can expose her true nature, I can turn this whole case on its head. Now is my chance to make Mr. Edgeworth squirm. Hmm. Witness, just who are you anyway? I, um, I didn't think it's come to this. That's enough. You don't have to say any more, witness. Yes, I understand. What? Mr. Edgeworth, explain yourself. Your Honor, I have an admission to make. I honestly never thought the defense would pursue the matter this far. You don't, you don't mean. Yes, the prosecutor's office isn't filled with fools, you know. Naturally, we conduct full background checks on all of our witnesses. What did he say? Ha, it looks like the kid knew. He knew her true identity from the get-go. No way, but then why? If he hadn't revealed her secret, he wasn't going to say anything about it. All he wanted was her testimony, so he made a little trade. Let me introduce you to the victim's younger sister, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Mm. But I thought she died 5 years ago. We thought so as well. But well, as you can see. Why? Why did she hide her identity for 5 years? That has nothing to do with the current case. She was merely an accidental witness to a crime. Accidental? I don't believe that for a minute. For the last 5 years, she's been playing the role of victim. And now we find her acting suspiciously at the scene of another murder. Really, Miss Fay, I must say, your strategy here is painfully obvious. You're trying to pin your client's crime on an innocent witness in order to win. At any cost. How dare you! Please, let us take a moment to think. 5 years ago, this girl was kidnapped and nearly killed. Hmm. But even worse than that, 5 years later, Dahlia Hawthorne lost something much more precious. Her big sister. Miss Fay must be insane to even suggest that she murdered her. What? I'm inclined to agree with the prosecution. I'm inclined to agree with the prosecutor's logic. Miss Fay, do you have any evidence to back up your assertion? What possible reason would this witness have for killing her beloved sister? Well, you see, I thought I was winning, but somehow he's turned it around on me. Ha! I think you need a little push in the right direction, kitten. The defense is prepared to present evidence supporting our claim. Ah, that wasn't me. It was this guy, this crazy coffee addict. I think we've heard enough of empty threats from you, old man. Ha! What makes you think they're empty, boy? Let's see. 20, 27. Because your protege looks like she's sweating bullets. Ah, I am sweating bullets. You think you're in a tough spot, huh? Of course, aren't I? No, you've just arrived at the moment of truth. That's all. Whether you win or lose, that's up to you. To me? Oh, the rashness of youth. How charming. This coming from someone younger than me. Now then, let's not waste any more time, Miss Fay. What motive would this witness have for murdering her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne? Why, Your Honor, it says so in the victim's note. And there's going to be more to the story. The story starts after Terry Falls escaped. He called Valerie and told her he wanted to meet. This is the note she left. It says, talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time. The whole truth must come out. Ooh, the whole truth. Valerie Hawthorne gave Dahlia a warning. She told her she was going to reveal to the world the whole truth. The whole truth? There was a dangerously important secret between Valerie and Dahlia. That's the reason Dahlia felt she had to kill Valerie to keep her mouth shut permanently. Ye- A terrific story, Miss Fay. If you like fiction, that is. Enlighten the courts, Miss Fay. What was this secret that was so important? Where's your evidence? Dahlia and Valerie Hawthorne and Terry Falls. There's only one important secret that connects them all. Oh, yes, I know the secret. Your Honor, the defense would like to request further testimony. What testimony? Regarding the kidnapping 5 years ago, we believe it will explain a lot of things, such as the nature of the important secret between the Hawthorne sisters. Ah. Oh, look, her name's Dahlia here. Very well. I'll grant your request for further testimony. I know it'll be painful for you, but can you enlighten us once more, my little maple leaf? Yes, I'll try, Mr. Judge. Putting on the old charm one more time, Dahlia? But this will be the last time you hide behind your womanly wiles. 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I was kidnapped by Mr. Falls. The ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister Valerie brought it to the bridge. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. I survived, but I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money. So I decided to change my identity and start a new life. Hmm. The kidnapping left her emotionally scarred. With her sister's help, She left the Hawthorne family and started all over again. And we're to believe, after all that, she murdered her sister? Preposterous. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Fay? Yes, Your Honor? As you've heard, the witness is still traumatized from the kidnapping. I'll ask you again to be extremely gentle in your cross-examination. Mr. Edgeworth got the jump on me again. Ha, ha. If we're not allowed to fight, then let's twist some more. Then let's twist some arms. Listen up. We still got that info. That ace up our sleeve. What info? Come on, kitten. Don't say you've forgotten already. The fact that the kidnapping 5 years ago was staged. That's right. It was a fake kidnapping. Terry Falls told us that in the lobby. I do anything she says. Anything Dahlia says. What you're saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by, yeah, me and Dahlia, and Valerie too. Yes, that's it. The fake kidnapping is your best shot, Mia. That's your secret. 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I was kidnapped by Mr. Falls. Did you and Mr. Falls have a relationship? Yes, as a tutor. You were tutoring him, Mr. Falls? No, of course not. Don't be ridiculous. Mr. Falls came to the house to tutor me. That makes sense. 5 years ago, she was only 14. He probably came up with the kidnapping plan during that time. The Hawthorns are in the jewelry trade and are quite wealthy, you see. Quite the clever fellow, that Mr. Falls. Did I hear him right? Did he just call Mr. Falls a clever fellow? The ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister, Valerie, brought it to the bridge. I heard the diamond is valued in the neighborhood of $2 million. $2 million? It was still uncut, so it was about the size of a pint of milk. A $2 million pint of milk. I don't know what to think about that. The defendant demanded that her sister, Valerie, make the exchange. Not as a detective, of course, but as an individual. By the way, I want to ask you, Mr. Edgeworth, why do you think he wanted to make the exchange up there on that mountain? If he ever gets surrounded, it will be hard to escape. There's one thing a kidnapper wants to prevent, and that's police involvement. In a place like that, it will be easy to tell if he was being followed. With only one entrance to the mountain, he was ensuring his safety. What a wickedly clever man that Mr. Falls is. Yeah, right. It was all your plan. Anyway, Valerie brought the diamond to the mountain and after she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. That was a dangerous thing to do considering you were being held hostage. Yes, but actually, that saved my life. What do you mean? What do you mean? You see, Mr. Falls was holding a knife in his right hand. Somehow, I just knew he was going to use it. I knew he was going to use that knife to kill me. That's why my sister shot him. It was to save me. That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. I'd like to hear more about what happened right at that moment. Well, When Mr. Falls was shot in the right arm, he let go of me. I was dazed. I turned to try and run away, but Mr. Falls turned to grab me as well. As I ran past, he and I locked eyes for a second, and he gave me a large bloodthirsty grin. Bloodthirsty grin. Oh. And the next instant, I advised the court to remember from the river. I advised the court to remember that the river is 18 feet deep and incredibly swift. I was a strong swimmer, but I was knocked out. When I came to, I had been carried away by the river to a strange place. I'll never forget that day. The crumbling bridge, nowhere to run, then just one little shove from behind. That was it. Before my sister could catch me, I fell into the river. I survived, but I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money. And that's why you hid your identity? Yes, I only told my sister. Valerie Hawthorne, eh? Yes, she's the only one who knew about me. Meanwhile, legally, this witness has been deceased for 5 years. I didn't ever want something like that to happen to me again. So I decided to change my identity and start a new life. And that new identity was Melissa Foster, right? Yes, my sister helped me get the official paperwork taken care of. That makes sense. Without an insider's help, doing all the paperwork would have been impossible. She was the only person left in the world I can count on. And you think I killed her? There's no way I could. Hmm. It's the moment of truth for this witness, too. Once the truth about this stage kidnapping comes out, everyone in the court will know how much of a Jezebel she really is. I just gotta prove that kidnapping was a hoax. Yup. Jezebel. That damn Jezebel. My God. Jim Ross. So, that's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. We shall present the Dusky Bridge map. You say that Mr. Falls pushed you into the Eagle River. However, that's hard to believe. But it's true. I felt a push on my back. I'm certain of it. It was Mr. Falls. I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't clear enough. I shouldn't have said, that's hard to believe. I should have said, that's impossible. Impossible? I asked that the court recall the condition of Dusky Bridge, now and 5 years ago. That bridge hasn't changed one bit in these last 5 years. If someone had pushed you from behind, as you have claimed, instead of being carried away by the river, you would have been smashed by the bedrock below. A most certain death. Ellipsis. Do you understand now, Thalia Hawthorne? The very notion that my client pushed you from behind is impossible. Ah! Your Honor, this event occurred 5 years ago. Why, for all we know, the water level in the river may have been higher back then. Shut up. But it's 40 feet from the bridge to the river. A small change in the water level wouldn't have made a difference. Ugh. You're right. If the events occurred just as the witness has testified, then the defendant couldn't have pushed the witness into the river. Young lady, what is the meaning of this? Uh, I, you see, Just a moment, Your Honor. That face. It's true that the witness testified that the defendant pushed her into the river. However, she never stated that she fell from the back end of the bridge. What do you mean? After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. If that's true, she would have fallen into the river. Well, Miss Hawthorne, is Mr. Edgeworth's explanation correct? Now that you mention it, I do remember now when I fell off the bridge. My skirt got caught on one of the bridge's side wires. You can't be serious! Order! Order in the court! It seems Miss Faye's assault has finally reached its conclusion. Not now, Mia. This is no time to retreat. Unfortunately for you, this is just the start of Miss Faye's assault. What? I believe your reasoning went something like this, Mr. Edgeworth. After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwillingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. However, once again, I'm forced to say that's impossible. Ridiculous. What's so impossible about it? Oh, please. Because your flawed logic contradicts the court record. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, did you forget about the witness's photo? Yes. Yes, you did. Your Honor, all the answers are right here in his photo. Take a look at the wires supporting both sides of the bridge. They extend up to about 5 feet off the ground. It would be impossible to push someone off from there. Oh! But let's remember the size and strength of the defendant. Wires like this wouldn't be a problem for him. He could have easily picked up a 14-year-old girl and thrown her over. So young and already so forgetful, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Falls had been shot in the right arm. Ah. And more importantly, Valerie Hawthorne had her gun trained on him at point-blank range. Ugh. So Mr. Falls throwing the witness off the bridge? That is clearly impossible. Wow. God, this effing game. Yeah, except she owns a parachute. But she couldn't wear it because it was too big. But she lost 200 pounds of worth then. She only lost those from taking a drug that didn't exist yet. But that drug cover story is to cover up she was abducted by aliens. A grotto. Oh. Yeah. Order! What is the meaning of this? Dahlia Hawthorne, you jumped into the Eagle River intentionally. It is constant, yeah. What? What is this? Indeed, what do you mean by such a ridiculous remark? Hey, Sir Boom. Yes, it's ridiculous. What is the meaning of this? My sister was there to help me. She had her gun and handcuffs. She could have saved me. Jumping into a raging river like that? That would have been suicide. Perhaps. But still, that's exactly what you did. You were probably confident that you could handle the swift current. But even more so, the witness had a much more compelling reason for jumping into the river. Oh, then what was it? What was so important that she'd want to jump into the river? The witness is still alive. This fact alone explains everything. This is why she risked her life by jumping into the rapids of the Eagle River. Why the diamond? That's worth 2 million gems. It's worth $2 million. 5 years ago, something else disappeared along with Dahlia that day. An item that Valerie brought up the mountain with her. The $2 million diamond. Ah! No, it can't be. Yes, Dahlia had it all planned from the beginning. The $2 million, she was going to keep it all for herself. She forced Mr. Falls to help her fake the kidnapping. At the last minute, she betrayed him and threw herself into the river, with the ransom tucked away safely in her backpack. Why, that's simply ridiculous. Order, order, order. Your Honor, 5 years ago, the witness was only 14 years old. Do you really think a 14-year-old is capable of such a demonic plan? Oh, Edgeworth. Yes. Teenagers can also be a little despicable at times. If you know, if they lack discipline. Yeah. This woman is a demon! And there was one more person who helped make a demon out of her. Her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. You mean the victim was involved in the kidnapping plot as well? But she was a detective then. You're saying she participated in her sister's kidnapping? Precisely. I'm sure that it weighed heavily on her conscience for the past 5 years. This is the sole reason behind the victim's murder. What do you mean by that? On the day of the murder, after receiving the phone call from Mr. Falls, Valerie called her sister, Dahlia, and then she told her what she was planning to do. Planning to do? She was going to tell the whole truth, as she wrote in her notes! That is what sealed Valerie Hawthorne's fate. That is when you hatched your demonic plan to kill two birds with one stone. A plan that would ensure neither of your accomplices to the kidnapping would talk. And that is why you killed your sister, Valerie Hawthorne. Who is that? Laughing at a time like this. Two evils, one outdone by the better. Yeah. Oh, God. Forgive me. It's just hilarious. Witness, is that you? You amuse me, woman. Miss Mia Fey? You can certainly weave an exciting tale. Naturally, you have the evidence to back it up, don't you? Oh, but you don't have evidence. Haha, then probably. Evidence? Evidence that I planned the kidnapping, of course. You did, Grotto. That at 14, I plotted it with Mr. Falls and my sister. Well, and one more thing. What happened to the $2 million diamond? If you can't provide evidence to at least show that. Hmm. Well, Miss Fay, I I don't know. What a joke. You, Miss Fay, are you stupid or something? Uh, how can I prove a fake kidnapping that happened 5 years ago? I don't even have decisive proof of Valerie Hawthorne's murder. Well, it seems that we've come to the end. To be honest, the witness's behavior does raise certain suspicions. However, I am forced to reject the assertions made by the defense. Of course you are. Is this it? Is it really over? That girl's made a fool of me, and there's nothing I could do about it. Ha! Without evidence, the trial is over. Who decided that? Mr. Armando! This music. I love this track. Come on now, kitten. Haven't you figured out that you can make your own rules? For example, even if there's no evidence, there's still testimony. Testimony? On the day in question, Dahlia Hawthorne murdered her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. Is this it? Is this all we get? Nah, there's more, Sir Boom. She hid her body in the trunk of Mr. Falls' stolen car and then went to meet with him. Disguised as her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. That's what you think, right? Yes, that's right. In that case, there's only one answer, right? There is only one person left who could testify about Valerie Hawthorne's murder. Since there's no proof, there's only one thing left to do. Who was the one person who could testify to that demon woman's crimes? Why, don't you remember, Miss Fay? You were talking to him at the very beginning, and he was actually telling us more information. None other than Mr. Terry Falls himself. Your Honor, the defense wishes to call a new witness. A new witness? Yes. We would like to hear the testimony of Terry Falls. The defendant? There's only one person that can shed any further light on the situation. Only one person that knows what Dahlia's role in the kidnapping was. Only one person that can say whether the person in the photo is Valerie Hawthorne, or whether it was in fact her younger sister, Dahlia, disguised as her. There's only one person who could solve this riddle once and for all, and that person is Terry Falls. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what is your take on this? Ellipsis. Why not? The prosecution has no objection. Very well. Bailiff, Bring the defendant to the witness stand. This is my last chance, Mr. Falls. My last chance to establish Dahlia's guilt. You're all I have left. Man, I love this track. Defendant, you've heard everything that's been said up to this point, yes? Uh, um, I don't believe it. No way. Dahlia died 5 years ago. Valerie betrayed me. Mr. Falls, I don't know what she said to you 5 years ago, but one thing is clear. Dahlia is very much alive, and you were used for $2 million. That's not true. Mr. Falls, there's only one question I want the answer to. 2 days ago on Dusky Bridge, who did you meet? Was it Valerie Hawthorne? Or was it Dahlia Hawthorne? Dahlia, did you betray me? Ellipsis. 5 years ago, she promised never ever betray each other. Terry. Dahlia? It's true. You are alive. You don't trust me anymore? That makes me sad. Tell the truth. The real truth. I believed in you. I shouldn't need to say it. You should already know. But there's one thing that I will say. My life is in your hands right now, Terry. So, Leah. I will allow Mr. Falls to testify once and once only. Well then, Mr. Falls, yours will be the final testimony in this trial. Just gonna hydrate. Okay. Witness. Ah! Yeet! I'm sorry. I apologize. Wah! Water. Please, water. Hmm? Can't talk. Need water. Ha. Oh well. I guess it'll have to be my coffee instead. At least it'll match the way he's probably feeling right now. Darker and bitterer than hell itself. Who Terry Falls saw that day, 4 p.m. I stopped the car. I was in front of Bridge. She wasn't there, so I waited on Bridge. I watched my car from Bridge. I never put nobody in that car. Finally, one woman came. She stood in front of me. We talked. Then she left. That was Valerie, not my Dahlia. Mr. Falls, you're covering for her. Do you think she would do the same for you? That's enough, Miss Fay. His last statement was a fitting way to end the final testimony of the trial. Well then, Miss Fay, Please proceed with your cross-examination. Is this how you want to end, Mr. Falls? Is this how you wanted to end, Mr. Falls? Another guilty verdict to go along with your death sentence? There's only one person who could stop it. You, kitten. I think. There's only who Terry Falls saw. That day, 4 p.m., I stopped the car. I was in front of Bridge. According to the note, the meeting was supposed to take place at 4:30. You certainly arrived early, didn't you? It was raining. Already dark, too. You waited on the bridge for 30 minutes? Ellipsis. Mr. Falls? Eagle Mountain. That spot. Strong, strong memories. Why did he just clam up? Could it be he's hiding something here? She wasn't there, so I waited on bridge. You were quite early, so you waited on the bridge, correct? Yeah. I like waiting. I'm used to it. I'm sure he is. Zebra Boy waited 5 years to ask a single question. To find out why a woman betrayed him. To him, 30 minutes must have been like a blink of the eye. I watched my car from bridge. I never put nobody in that car. You were watching the car? That bridge. Other side is broken. Nobody can come from there. So, I was watching car. What else were you expecting him to do? I suppose that's the obvious thing to do, but something's bothering me. I'm getting that feeling. A contradiction? I wonder what's on the other side of the broken bridge anyway. No one lives there. There's a small shrine up on the mountain, but that's it. Anyway, nobody came. No car. Nothing. Finally, one woman came. She stood in front of me. Mr. Falls, think carefully now. Are you certain that it was Valerie Hawthorne? I never lie. It's the truth. It was Valerie. I remembered her face. Wait a minute. If you had remembered her face, then why did you make her wear a scarf as identification? Sorry. I told a little lie. Ellipsis. But the woman I met, she was different from woman standing here now. She was different. It was Valerie. We talked. Then she left. What did you talk to her about anyway? Mr. Falls? Valerie told the truth about the kidnapping 5 years ago. She said someone needed to take the blame for it. That was all I could think to do. She said that. That's why she lied. Got me the death penalty. And were you satisfied with that answer, witness? Dahlia died. It was my fault. But I don't really remember. Maybe I did. Maybe I did push her in. It don't matter no more. Either way, my Dahlia, my sweet teen angel, dead. But you just saw that she isn't dead. After Valerie talked to me on bridge, nothing left to live for. That was Valerie, not my Dahlia. How can you be so sure? It was raining at the time, and sunset that day was at 5 o'clock. It would have already been pretty dark on that mountain at 4:30. Please, Mr. Falls, this is your last chance. You've already taken the fall once for something you didn't do. That woman, it wasn't Dahlia. Stop right there. What more needs to be said? Hmm. Even if it means a death penalty, even if it means taking the blame for murder, you'll still do whatever is necessary to protect her. Won't you, Mr. Falls? I know it's obvious, but he's clearly lying. He's been cursed by Dahlia Hotbourne. He'll probably go to his grave still believing in her. Mr. Falls, even if he can show he's lying, the poor guy will still be cursed. You'll still have to point out the contradictions anyway. That's the curse of being a defense lawyer, I guess. So, his second, third, fourth, and fifth statements are all contradictions. Well, lies. He wasn't there, so I waited on bridge. I watched my car from bridge. I never put nobody in that car. Finally, one woman came. She stood in front of me. We talked. Then she left. So, on the second, third, fourth, and fifth statements, she wasn't there, huh? Terry? Dude? Explain the witness's photo. We saw her, man. We see her. This photo explains it. So when you got to the bridge, no one had arrived, huh? So you waited on the bridge. You're sure of that? Yeah, I'm sure. You're sure, huh? Well then, I'm sure too, Mr. Falls. I'm sure that you're lying. Uh, what? What? Oh, I would love to hear your rationale on this, Miss Fay. You want to know who arrived at the bridge first? Just look at this photo. It's perfectly clear. Obviously, the person that came first will be the one at the end of the bridge, right? But that's the victim at the end of the bridge. Precisely my point. In other words, Mr. Falls, you must have arrived at the bridge after she did. Uh, Mr. Falls, please don't get so worked up. We just want the truth. I got there around 4 o'clock. It's true. I had somewhere to go. A special place. Did you go to this special place before you went to the bridge? Yeah, it's an old temple about 15 minutes from the bridge. 5 years ago, me and Dahlia, we promised each other. We swore we wouldn't betray each other. She brought a memento to represent our love. A memento? 5 years ago, I hid it under base of tree there. It's a special memory for me. This is it. This is what I went to get. Oh no. So everybody, remember case 1 of this game? You remember what's in there, right? It's a special memory for me. This is it. This is what I went to get. This little bottle on a necklace is your memento? It's quite charming, but it looks empty. Your Honor, you heard what my client said. He arrived at the scene at 4 o'clock, but he then left his car unattended and walked away. He was gone for approximately 30 minutes. Ugh. With that much time, Dahlia Hawthorne could have easily hidden the body in the trunk of his car. No! Indeed, there certainly was enough time for it. I've still got a chance. Mr. Falls, there's no mistaking it. Mr. Falls? Huh, Mr. Falls? That's enough. Please. Witness, I promised her 5 years ago. If it ever happens, that we can't trust each other no more, then we're supposed to drink bottle. Look. No! Stop the trial! Your Honor, we need a recess. I was stupid. Couldn't keep promise. So I did it. I drank this. No! We are so close. Just a little more. I was going to prove your innocence. No. Don't want that. Don't trust self. Maybe kill again. Kill sweet Dahlia. Again. Mr. Falls. Mr. Armando. Thanks for the coffee. Mr. Falls! Everybody, Mr. Terry Falls was not declared guilty or not guilty. He has been declared dead. Mia to the player, in case one. The first time I appeared in court was a year ago, but that trial traumatized me so badly. I thought I'd never set foot in another courtroom. This is why she freaked out when Phoenix ate the bottle, and how Edgeworth technically didn't lose here, and she was undefeated until 1-2. That is correct, Astro Dude, 1987. Thank you for the little reminder and recap about that. Because yes, they did mention, how yeah, case one in this game, they showed Mia's second it was her second time in trial, and she had mentioned that she was traumatized, and this is what traumatized her. And so my first trial ended suddenly and tragically. It ended with no winners, only losers. I ended up with a wound that cut so deep into my soul, I thought I'd never heal. I'm sure it was the same for the young prosecutor as well. But one person, a true criminal, Dahlia Hawthorne. He left the courtroom with a secret smile on her demonically sweet face. Unforgivable, that witch. Mr. Armando, we were so close to the truth. It was right there in front of us. You were just a little too soft, kitten. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Don't cry, kitten. You're going to make my coffee all salty. I knew it. I knew I wasn't cut out for this. Mia, don't you get it? You can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Mr. Armando, no matter how tough the case, no matter how bitter the memories, they always fade over time. Then you file them away and eventually forget them. One year later, in this very same courthouse, I myself got wrapped up in that case. Only after that did Dahlia Hawthorne get put on trial for her crimes. The verdict that was ultimately handed down to her was guilty, of course. Naturally, when the verdict was read, she had a perfect, angelic smile on her face. It was finally all over. At least, that's what I thought at the time. Unfortunately, I couldn't have been more wrong. It's been 5 years, but now something has happened that's made me remember all this. And that something is gonna happen tomorrow. Oh man. See everybody? I didn't do another 9, 10 hour long case like I did the past 2 days. Yesterday I did freaking 10 hours of case three. I didn't destroy my vocal cords, not at all. Nope, nope, nope. And I ate my dinner after midnight. A brand new episode has been added. Cool. Now then, I'm going to save my progress up until this point. So I'll give you the rundown on what I'll be doing for the next 2 days. Tomorrow, I'm only going to do. Excuse me. Thursday, Friday, I'm gonna separate the final case in 2 days. I'm going to do the first half tomorrow, and then I'll do the other half on Friday. Yep, that's what I'm gonna do. But I'm not gonna end it just yet, everybody. I'm going to before I end it, I'm gonna whatchamacallit. Let me let me share a little bit of trivia for you all. W- One moment. Let me minimize this again. Okay. So, check this out. So, I already pointed it out, but I'm gonna, you know, say it again. So, Diego Armando, his real name was most likely chosen as a reference to his alias, Godot. It's a portmanteau of the last syllables of Diego Armando, Go and Do, Godot. It also shares the same initials as an acronym for both defense attorney, which Armando was, and district attorney, i.e., a prosecutor, which Godot became. It is possible that his first name, Diego, is in reference to the two main characters in Waiting for Godot, who call each other Didi and Gogo. Another possibility is that is a reference to the late Argentine Association football player and manager Diego Armando Maradona, who was famous for his hand of God goal during the 1986 FIFA World Cup quarter final against England and suspension from the sport due to drug use. And the combination of the first name and the last two letters of the surname, along with an unvoiced T, make up Godot, his pseudonym. In addition, the acronym of its name is DA. He could be a district attorney or a defense attorney, representing his dual identity. So, hold up. Now, Melissa Foster. Melissa comes from the Greek word. I can't read that, but it comes from the Greek word. I'm gonna post it for you all. Yes. Let me copy and paste my little source here. There's the Greek word right there for Melissa. And let's see. Oh, so Melissa comes from the Greek word meaning honeybee, which in turn comes from Meli, meaning honey. And this could be a reference to her apparently sweet demeanor. Alternatively, it may be a play on malicious. And Foster mimics her Japanese counterpart's name, which is over here, Miyanagi. Mm, Miyanagi is a name meaning. No, wait, hold up. Oh, yeah, Shinami. No, wait. Oh, no, there it is. Satoku Mukui literally means a vengeful foster child. Mukui Satogo. Yeah, I forgot. Shinami Miyanagi is the Japanese name of Dahlia Hawthorne. And Melissa Foster is called Satoku Mukui. All right. And a few more things. I want to share a few. So, Valerie Hawthorne. Valerie comes from valiant, meaning someone who shows courage or determination. Hawthorne is a reference to famous author Nathaniel Hawthorne, who wrote Rappaccini's Daughter, a short story in which a man falls in love with a woman who has a strong poison coursing through her veins and can kill anything with a simple touch. Yuki Miyagi. Yuki means courage in Japanese. Miyagi is a name that is meant to evoke a feeling of tranquility. Except, clearly she was none of that. Terry Falls has a roughly similar pronunciation to Tear Falls, referencing his Japanese name. Alternatively, it also sounds phonetically similar to There He Falls, referring to either his role as the fall guy in Dahlia's scheme or foreshadowing his fatal collapse at the witness stand. Terry is also shortening for Walter, creating a possible pun for waterfall. Falls is also similar sounding to false or flaws. This may be a reference to the little lies that he told during his second trial. Michiru Onamida. The pronunciation of Michiru Onamida combined with the kanji in Michiru makes beautifully falling tears, likely in reference to his tragic life. And here's some more little trivia on the development of this case. As soon as it was decided that Mia Fey would star in the first episode, it was also decided that she would star in another. However, once the overall storyline of Trials and Tribulations was fleshed out, Shu Takumi considered making Beginnings the first episode in order to keep things in chronological order and avoid confusion. He felt that Beginnings as a first episode would need a hook similar to Memories, having a younger Phoenix Wright as the defendant, and came up with the idea of Miles Edgeworth being the prosecutor. Ultimately, he ended up sticking with the original episode order. And although it is not explicitly stated that Mia Fey won all of her completed trials, Takumi at least considered this to be true when considering how the trial will be resolved. A trial in which both sides would go on to undefeated careers can only end in one way. And in this episode, many of young Edgeworth's animations closely resembled those of his mentor Manfred von Karma, as seen in Turnabout Goodbyes. Additionally, the suit Edgeworth wears also resembles von Karma's own. And that's all. That's all I wanted to say. Alright, everybody. I am done today. This is where I usually end. Usually. Not 9 hours or 10 hours. That's silly. Alright. Okay, everybody. I'm gonna find ourselves a raid target. I got... And I, of course, I also have people to thank before I, raid on out. Let's see. Alright, everybody. I'm looking for whom I can go on out to. I see. Oh, okay. I think we shall go on out to... You know what? Alright, I found somebody. I suppose we'll go now to this individual. Okay, everybody. We're gonna go on now to Perfect Speed. Perfect Speed is whatchamacallit. He's playing some Golden Sun. Yes, Golden Sun. All right, we shall go to Perfect Speed. He's playing Golden Sun. I hope some of you like that game. That game's all right. I think it's a 7 out of 10 game at best. Like, it's an okay one. I don't go crazy over it like a lot of people do, but I know it's such a beloved GBA game. So, yeah, we're gonna go on out to Perfect Spade, everybody. He's a pretty cool guy. He's pretty cool. Yeah. All right. Okay, everybody. I'm gonna get the raid ready. And reminder, I'm going to be doing the final case in 2 days. I'm gonna separate it in 2 days. Tomorrow, I'll be doing the first half of case 5 on Thursday. And then on Friday, we're gonna finish off the trilogy. Yep. And then somewhere down the road of next month, I'll be starting up Apollo Justice. Oh boy. I can't wait to revisit that particular game. But yeah, before I head on out, um, I'm gonna thank the following people that stopped by today. And it's a lot of you. A nice lot of you that watched me play this wonderful case. Yeah, I mean, man, case 4. Case 4 is definitely a case that will definitely stay with you. Like, I don't know, like cheap coffee. I don't know. Anyway, I'd like to thank the following. I'd like to thank the following. I'd like to thank Ultimate Unit 34, Raziel 612, Baster Kappa, The Grotto, Atakash, Retro Perspective, Confused Raptor Source, Sir Boom, and Astro Dude 1987. Yeah, that's everybody. Yeah, that is everybody. Yep, yep. That is everybody that stopped on by today in my chat. And so everybody out there that was lurking, thank you. Thank you for lurking in my channel. I appreciate the lurk. All right. Um, so yeah, everybody, tomorrow, hang on. Thank you all for watching. Remember to go in peace and bring more coffee or your favorite beverage. It don't matter.